we start mixing up amoebas and cells, and this can be that, and it's just like this, and we just assume these things. That's when I say I think there might be a law of identity violation here, but that may not bother you. Fair enough.
I don't
That's
know. I don't know what you're referring to. If you look under a
I know.
microscope
It's
at
why
a
we
white
think we
blood,
can't debate, Mr. Slave. But
if
you
you look at
consider
a
that
white,
an ad
that's ad
hoc. I know.
hominem. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
if
know.
you look at
I
a,
think it's an assumption again to be
if you
for your
look,
audience, that might be listening.
if you
Mr.
look,
Slave says that's an ad hom. I say that's an assumption.
if you look at a white blood cell and amoeba simultaneously under a microscope, I would not be able to tell the difference. They behave the same.
They behave the same. Okay. All right. Like I say, I don't know. I don't even know if I've seen one under a microscope before. I may have seen
There's,
pictures of them in YouTube or university
yeah, there's plenty.
or textbook.
Yeah, there's plenty of YouTube videos of amoebas running around
Sure.
and of white blood cells running around.
Sure.
They look the same.
Yeah. Some of them are in Portland.
Anyway,
Yeah. Yes. Anyway, carry on. Anything else that you'd like to debate?
let's go back to the proposition. So since we are nothing but a conglomeration of basically what seems to be amoebas or amoeba-like cells, basically cells, living cells, and each one of them is amoral. So
But you
the
cannot
whole,
know that. Right? You're
no,
assuming that.
yeah, this is
Correct.
the right, but it's the best, best
They
to my
might. They
knowledge.
might be moral.
How? How would they be moral?
Well,
Explain
I
to
don't
me
know,
that.
but since you
An
cannot
amoeba?
know, well, hang on. Don't interrupt for a second. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to explain to you. So
Hmm.
if you're making the assumption, right? But an
Hmm.
assumption is not knowledge, right?
Hmm.
Well, you don't believe that you can know anything, right? But
Right.
I do. So in a debate, we have to come to terms. I believe that somebody can know something, and you say they cannot know anything.
Hmm.
So when you say you assume that an amoeba is amoral, you don't
Hmm.
know that an amoeba is moral, which again, just logically, mathematically, even
Hmm.
says that, well, there's a potential chance that an amoeba could be moral because
Yeah,
you don't know that they are amoral.
correct.
Okay.
Then we are in complete agreement. Next topic.
Well, we're in agreement that you don't know, so I don't know how you can make a claim about anything or have a debate about anything. Which is again why we say you can't debate.
Oh, I can debate what I call practical knowledge. Absolute knowledge is unknowable, but practical knowledge is knowable. It's limited knowledge.
Tell me more about that. Practical. Wait a minute. Did I hear you right? Practical knowledge is knowable,
Yes. Yes.
and and
Prac-
impractical knowledge is not knowable. I got confused there or
no,
something.
I distinguish between absolute knowledge and practical knowledge.
Absolute
Absolute
knowledge
knowledge.
and practical. Okay, got it.
Right. Absolute, I don't know anything. I cannot know. That's unknowable. But for all practical intents and purposes, we can have a discussion about 1 plus 1 equals 2, about trees in the sky being blue and stuff like that. Just as long as we keep in mind that it's not absolute knowledge. Absolute knowledge is unattainable. We agree on. I mean, that's my position.
Seems
I'm an
convenient.
convenient. That's a reference to me, so that's ad hominem. So I'll disregard.
No, it's not a reference to you. It's a statement. It
Yeah,
seems convenient.
convenient to me. I'm assuming, right? What are
No,
you
it just
convenient
seems
to whom?
convenient
To whom?
to anyone. I mean,
To
yeah,
me.
yeah. Well, anyone.
If it's, but
It would
then
be
it's
convenient.
then
It
I'll
would be
ignore it.
convenient to me to be able to hand wave an idea of absolute knowledge. Maybe proof would be a better term for absolute knowledge is proof. Or to your point, practical knowledge and be able to, while hand waving the proof or absolute knowledge, be able to entertain and, in your words, debate um, practical knowledge. I think you win your kind of debate, which is again why I assume you can't debate. And again, an assumption. You'll say it's an ad hom. I say it's an assumption. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's move on. It's a stalemate. So let's move on.
Very, very good.
So
Very good. Okay. Stalemate.
So
Set
when we
the
look
pieces back up again.
right, so when we look at a single cell, any single-celled organism, I mean, it is a mechanism. It's basically a robot of molecules and atoms.
Again, a
Each of
claim.
which, yes, each of which is
I don't
a
accept that.
moral.
I don't accept that.
So you think an amoeba is composed of something other than atoms?
I think it could be.
Give me an example of what?
You don't know. That's all I need, Mr. Slade.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is you don't know, right? So
Yeah,
it leaves the possibility.
Yes.
Hang on. It leaves the possibility
I
of the
agree.
opposite.
Yes, I agree.
And all I have to do is claim the opposite.
Yes, I agree. Well, on that we agree.
There you go. So we can agree to disagree, I guess, is where we end up.
No, we're completely
Why
in
not?
agreement. I agree, because I agree with you that when it comes to absolute knowledge, it could be the opposite. So there's a complete agreement between us.
Yes. But then at the same time, you make a claim that you would like me to agree to that I'm not going to agree to. Again, saying that you cannot debate. That's an assumption. You'll say it's an
ad
ad hom.
hominem.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You're referencing me. I'll disregard it.
Of course, fine. That's good.
Why do you keep repeating something that I've already responded to? What's the point? It's like a waste of time.
You're also repeating the same thing, and I'm just objecting to your repeating of an amoeba being immoral or a conglomerate of cells being amoral.
What have I repeated?
That.
I repeated what?
Yes. We could go back and listen 3 times now, I think. Maybe more. But at least 3, because I've had to object each time to say you do not know.
Yes, we agree. We agree. Why do you keep bringing up knowledge again and again? We agreed on that.
Yeah.
So please, let's not bring it up again. Next time you bring it up, I don't know what to say. I don't want
what.
I don't want to waste. I would leave. I don't want to waste my time. I want to move forward.
You okay? That was genuinely funny. Carry on.
Anyway, so each amoeba is basically just atoms. So do you suggest that there might be something besides atoms? Do you want to suggest what?
No, I have no idea, but there might be.
Could we change the subject?
Certainly.
Right. No, but I mean, so each amoeba is
amoebas. Nobody cares about amoebas, is what I'm saying. Like literally out there, nobody cares about amoebas unless you study amoebas. Then I apologize. Apart from that, nobody cares. Let's talk about something that is, I don't know, very much in today's. It's everywhere today. Okay.
Wait, so you concede that amoral egoism?
No, I don't. But I would like to discuss something else because that is absolutely pointless.
What do you mean? I was making progress to prove my proposition.
You can't prove anything. You don't. You come on, dude. You said you can't prove anything. There's no absolute knowledge. Proof is absolute knowledge. You can't have it.
Right.
Yeah, you were just saying you wanted to move on.
You can't win a debate because of that.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave because you're repeating something that for me is very boring. Thank you so much.
Okay. So
all right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
So he'd already said that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. So I came in to change the topic. See if he wanted to debate something.
Yeah.
He didn't want to change the topic.
No. That was phenomenal.
We are live a lot early, and he's gone. So
he's gone just like that. Just like that. I mean, he's not in the spirit of. We probably should have told him it was Free for All Friday. Maybe he would have gotten more in the spirit.
No, I think that's his traveling debates. He's gone somewhere else, hasn't he?
Yeah. The guy that can't debate.
Yeah. So if
And has no
anybody's
proofs.
listening now, we have gone live. That was because we had a travelling debater that assumes things, but his assumption is that you can't know anything for certain, so therefore debates are a bit pointless. But hey, obviously he's had enough and he's gone.
Yeah, pointless, but easy for me. I mean, anyone who takes that tact in a debate that you can know nothing, then it's easy for me just to claim the opposite without any evidence to it or anything else. I could just I could just be the nuh-uh guy, which is new for me because I'm usually not the nuh-uh guy. But I could be that because Mr. Slave just assumes everything and says he knows nothing or you can know nothing. So then it's easy. You just claim the opposite. Debate won. But he wanted you to concede, Emma. On my behalf, I'm not sure. It was interesting. Do you concede?
Yeah. I think it was Emma coming in. You know what he's like.
Yeah. He's scared of the women.
He's Mr. Slave, yeah.
I'm not the one who's in charge of his shop collar.
Mm-hmm.
No. Thank goodness for that, for his sake. That's for sure. So can I ask Emma, what was since this is Free for All Friday, what topic were you going to bring?
See, now I've thought about it, I'm thinking, is it a good idea? Because I don't want to get Bev's channel.
Oh, because
into
we're
trouble.
live. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, it's the topic that everybody's talking about at the moment.
Lots of topics.
Ooh, what?
Okay, if I said X, 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 Y.
Oh.
Yeah.
That topic.
That topic. Yeah,
but
always seems to be a hot topic, doesn't it?
But I thought maybe that would be good to, have a conversation about that, see who that brings around. But then after a little bit of thinking, I thought, YouTube might not like that. So
yeah, I've noticed Steve McRae's going for a bit of that sort of stuff on Twitter. I thought that was a bit risque, yeah. But you know, like certain people are favoured anyway, aren't they? They're allowed to say that sort of stuff.
Yes. You get special dispensation depending on your I don't know, your political persuasion, or I'm not sure.
It's just the people who you have around you, and the ones who are whether they're entitled to report or not. I think we're of the group that everybody will find whatever they can to report.
Yeah.
So welcome everyone. We're a little bit early. Got something on. I thought you were on about the topic of scammers. That's a hot topic at the minute. Isn't it?
It is a hot topic. Yeah, I don't.
That would have been the next industry. One.
Well, we can do that. I mean, similar sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you've been called a scammer before, haven't you, Bev?
By someone who's being called a scammer.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's super interesting that.
Yeah. We have this thing, don't we, where I think if you get in there first and say it first, then that sort of changes it a bit, doesn't it? It depends on who's saying what. So yeah, Nathan Oakley, if anybody's unaware, yeah, he has called me a scammer for what? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I can't remember Nathan Oakley going out and doing anything, like going to Bedford or going to,
Nathan Oakley called me a drunk as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did,
yeah.
Bless him. He's got some serious issues. Did anyone watch the shit show that was last night?
From the get-go, it was a shit show.
Yeah, I think we missed the very beginning opening statement. We had somebody around, didn't we? We were having a discussion.
Well, scammer came out right away.
Oh, did it?
Nathan.
Oh yeah.
Just Nathan's behaviour. Like, how old is he? Does he? He doesn't act like that in everyday life. There is no way. So why does he behave like that on the internet?
I think he does.
I don't know. He's a character.
We used to say that about a certain other flat fighter.
I know who you ran.
Right?
I nearly spit out my water.
We used to say that's a character, but it turns out he beats his neighbours up. So he is literally angry and full of hatred constantly. Right? Why would Nathan Oakley be any different? What people portray themselves on the internet, and usually not far away from there, especially if you've been doing it for years. Like, you develop into your character, don't you?
Yeah, you do it every day. It's hard to shut it off, isn't it?
Yeah. And yeah, I've been struggling what's going on here within this arena. It's crazy. Sorry, Emma, go on.
No, I was just going to say, so what did everyone take away from watching that, Jaren and Nathan, last night? I'm interested.
Flat Earth's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I already knew that.
Yeah, but it's like they're trying to... I said... Okay, so Arwin was live this morning. And I thought it'd be interesting to go and see what's going on, you know, like what everybody's saying about these things that went on last night. And obviously Arwin's fully on Team Nathan. But I said that Jaren did make a good point. That Nathan, if he's after trying to build his channel and do whatever, then why isn't he trying to be friendly with Dave Weiss and Jaren? Like, what's the benefit in trying to fight with what's supposedly meant to be the same team? They're both flat earthers, aren't they? Nathan Oakley's a flat earther and Jaren's a flat earther. Or at least their business is within the flat earth arena. Why fight? Doesn't seem rational to me. But I said that to Arwin, and Arwin banned me.
Oh God, Arwin bans everybody.
Yeah.
Strange reaction, though.
I know. And it's another one of those things that nobody seems to want to talk about it. It's really strange behaviour. Jaren said it is strange behaviour. Why is Nathan Oakley fighting with everybody? I mean, like, he even did it with me, didn't he? He said I was a scammer and that people shouldn't listen to us. I mean, fair enough. You know, like, you can tell people whatever you want, but why tell people to go against this? Isn't this information meant to go round? I mean, what happens when you just start telling people that people are scammers? And it was all because Nathan Oakley got the wrong end of an argument about an angle, a geometric argument about an angle. With me, anyway. With Jaren, I don't know. Is it that science thing?
Yeah, it was science. Jaren, what I took away is that Jaren has a thing for especially medical science, because he mentioned vaccines and your kid being vaccinated and that kind of stuff. And so that's what came across on Jaren's point with the whole science doesn't prove anything. I would have liked to have known if Jaren thinks that there are any proofs. Or maybe he's another Mr. Slave. I'm not sure. Could be Mr. Slave, and he may get along brilliantly.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is, right, that ever since Bacon did the reversal on the science, modern science has no proofs. Jaren is just going off what modern science says, because we've obviously heard from a lot of people that there is no proof. I think we've got the what's he called, Fight the Flat Earth, saying that science doesn't prove anything. Proof is only within mathematics. So does that mean that mathematics is outside of science with its proofs? So therefore any proofs are outside of the bounds of science?
Yeah, it's certainly what it sounds like. But then what is, the question is begged, right? What is mathematics then? I mean, does everybody have the same understanding of what mathematics is? Because we would say geometry is a part of mathematics. And then there can be proofs in geometry. But I'm not sure that everybody would agree with that.
Well, I'd say that logic is the science of reasoning. But, I mean, does that class that as a science? And if you do, then that's proof. Because that's where you get your proof, from logic.
Right?
But, I mean, it never gets to that sort of base understanding. If anybody does want to come in, it is Free for All Friday, so anybody can come in and have a chat about anything. This does seem to be a hot topic at the minute, though. Whether science can prove things or whether it can't. I'll be quite honest. I place proofs as proofs. Like, I don't place them within science, within mathematics or whatever. They're just proofs. If you can have a proof, and you can have a proof on your own, you can hold that proof. Talk about it to people. Let's see if other people think that that's what a proof is. I mean, let's start the proof discussion. We did it 2 years ago. We went over to Gem Pandas. I think SE it was. It was about New Year's Eve. Or, yeah, New Year's Day. I can't remember, 2 years ago. And we asked, is there proof? Do you have any proof? And they said, no, there is no proof. Which, I mean, that's fair enough if people want to say that there is no proof. But there are definitely proofs in mathematics. We've had a weird guy called Flat Earth Math that says you can't relate a mathematical proof to reality.
I think science is used in a weird way nowadays. It's like a catch-all for, you must listen to this. This is correct. This is science. I don't think it quite means what it used to mean. You know how things get changed, they morph and overused and whatever. And people just, I don't know. I don't quite know how to explain it either. But when I was learning at school, you were taught science is the way to find answers to things. But as you grow and go through life, you find that you can work things out without science, if you know what I mean. You can find proofs for yourself without needing science. So I don't know where I stand on it, really.
Oh, gee. How far to go? 14th century changed. Oh, where's my thing gone? Well, we're in the live chat. browse channels on it. Mid 14th century. I mean, I don't know where before that.
So that's the 14th century.
Yeah. But I mean, it was known about. It's wrote about in Plato in the Organon. So
What's like the up-to-date version that everybody uses? Let's compare the two.
well, that's the etymology. So I guess we could have a look at the modern science. Wikipedia, would that be the most? It was updated.
Yeah, I suppose that reflects what people use, whether that's right or wrong.
There you go. Science is a rigorous, systematic endeavor that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions about the universe. Modern science is typically divided into three major branches: natural sciences, e.g. biology, chemistry and physics, which study the physical world; the social sciences, economics, psychology and sociology, which study individuals and societies; and the formal sciences, e.g. logic, mathematics and theoretical computer science. So mathematics is there, it's in the formal science. So it's still a science, logic. That's a formal science. So are you allowed to use logic to science? And if that's the case, then proof must be within science. How can you not have proof in science if mathematics and logics are in there?
Well, if logic is in there, then
There must be.
yeah.
But I mean, wasn't Jaren and Nathan having a conversation about it last night? I mean, I don't think I can mention anything about water boiling. I don't think it mentions any about
That was a bad example, terrible example. I don't know if we want to go into it right now, but about exactly why that was a terrible example, but it was a terrible example.
It's almost as bad as the vitamin C one.
There's a bit down at the bottom. It says new knowledge. New knowledge in science is advanced by research from scientists who are motivated by curiosity about the world and a desire to solve problems. Well, strangely enough, when I came here about 4 years ago, I spotted a bit of a problem. People couldn't make their mind up what level is, whether it's a straight line or a curved line, or whether they thought the curved line straight or whether they thought the straight line curve. They couldn't seem to make their mind up, and in 4 years, people have lost their faith in science, and there's no proof in science anymore. So how are you meant to know anything? I mean, how much has been pushed forward? Who are the scientists who are motivated by curiosity about the world and a desire to solve problems? Maybe it's not a problem for them. Maybe
it's not. Like, I mean, very much like Mr. Slave, though, right? It's if you don't feel the importance or understand the importance of having a proof, any proof, then it doesn't matter how you might obtain a proof, right? Because you don't need them. Just like Mr. Slave, you cannot know anything. There's no absolute knowledge about anything, no proof for anything. So what is the point exactly? And I think that's, quite honestly, that's what modern science did. Said, yeah, we don't need proofs for anything. It allows all sorts of things. We talked about the other day in the Discord, by the way, you need to come into the Discord. We had a discussion about the law of non-contradiction. And what's the result of holding a contradiction? An exploded mind, exploded logic. What's exploded logic? It allows anything. Once the contradiction is accepted, it allows anything. Absolutely anything can stem from that. When you have no proofs, when you're allowing contradictions, the world is your Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, well, science is there a science of contradictions? Because it seems to be that a lot of people have the ability to hold contradictions.
Certainly does.
So going back to basic science is what? There's all these different types of science.
Well, go back to the original one. It says the state or fact of knowing. What is known? Knowledge of something acquired by study.
So everybody is a scientist.
Well, I think
because everybody knows things.
Well, how do you know things? That's maybe more philosophy, but you have to be able to know that you know. Well, I mean, Mr. Slave was assuming.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Now, could he have moved those into no, right? He would have placed them within an axiom. And then, can you think that you know your axioms if they're just assumptions? Because there's two different types of axioms, isn't there? There's the new modern axiom, which is just an assumption. And there's the old school axiom that's a self-evident truth that doesn't need to be questioned because it's simply so evident, self-evident.
So, again, science. What are we? This is what I mean. I don't think anybody really defines it well, science anymore, or rather, in this weird arena, science is just thrown around. The word science, everything,
modern day
all the
science.
time.
Trust the science, but just what?
But what do they mean? That's the whole point. They don't even know what they mean.
It's changed its meaning. Science. It's changed its meaning. It was that you know something. To know. And then, how do you know something? How do you portray that knowledge? You have to be able to express it.
And who are the gatekeepers of the knowledge? Because that's another thing, especially today. There are gatekeepers for the knowledge.
I think it's a fascinating topic as to what people know and what it means to them also. Because, like we just heard Mr. Slave, I mean, he gives up things quite easily. Next topic. But is that a knowing? Can't have much confidence in what you know.
Even his claim of practical knowledge falls apart. There's no way for you to have a practical knowledge without conceding the idea of being able to know. Right? So practical knowledge, if I turn on my stove and I place my hand upon the hot surface, I'm going to burn myself unless I have protection on my hand. That's practical knowledge. Can I know that? Well, Mr. Slave would say no. There's no absolute knowledge of that. Would Jaron say that's proof? And then is that science? I mean, it does get all convoluted, doesn't it? Perhaps purposely.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Mhm.
in
And
the
when
old...
did the
Go on.
no, sorry, I was just going to say, when did the scientific method like come into it and be? Because a lot of people use that as that science. You have to use the scientific method.
Well, the science, that's a great question, Emma, because as we've been going through Plato's works and Socrates, right? The scientific method is really the elenchi. It's the questioning. That's where they get the Socratic method, is from Socrates. But all Socrates did was ask a bunch of questions and then get killed for it. So I mean, yeah, sign me up for that shit. Right? Is that what happens in science today? Are there questions being asked? What are the questions? Are there agendas being fulfilled? Again, that's modern day science. I think that all changed with Bacon, as Bev said.
Yeah, I think that as for the scientific method that Nathan was going over last night, that's purely for modern science. I mean, you could probably use that method every day. I'm trying to think of a way of doing it, but you know, if you know how you like your cup of tea, then you're trying to perfect that by getting all of the measures and everything right, the temperature, how long you brew your tea for. Like, isn't that like you're dipping the tea bag for so long to get it to the right consistency? Isn't that part of like a scientific method, right? You're coming up with an end result of something that you've planned it out. But is that a scientific method like Nathan Oakley was talking about? I'd say not. And the scientific method that Nathan Oakley was talking about, I'm not too sure who's done that, what it means. I mean, for instance, who here has put the temperature to what water boils at? Who's tested it? Documented it?
I would suspect no one,
Yeah,
right?
how
Because
accurate was the thermometer that you were doing it at? You know,
right?
all of this sort of stuff. Who's done it? No one. Nathan's just talking about a method. There are practical methods that everybody uses for gaining knowledge. But it seems, because the argument's been placed into the hands of science or scientists, when really, if science is just to know things, then everyone's a scientist. Everyone should be talking about how they can gain methods to know something. Can you talk about how you know it? Then you might be able to help somebody else learn to know something like you do.
Exactly what Emma just said,
Yeah.
right? Everybody's a scientist.
Yeah, you don't have to wear coats, lab coats, and do all of that sort of stuff. But, and like, to listen to the argument last night, I mean, not that it was an argument, bickering, people calling each other scammers, it got nowhere. Unless everybody in this arena already has an understanding of what they believe the scientific method is and what science is, what knowledge is, how do you gain it? I'd be willing to bet, I don't know, I haven't got much money, probably not much money, but I would bet that most people haven't really got an understanding or an ability to express what they think science is or what they think proof is, how you gain proof. Never mind whether science can give you proof. Can anything give you proof? what is proof? Who wants to talk about that? People would probably rather have a discussion about it so they can walk off that saying that somebody else doesn't understand it, but still never get anywhere. I'd say, for me, proof requires there's a process that goes on in your head. It's like, it's not just the result of something. It's you have to associate the beginning bit to the conclusion. There has to be a link involving the two that you are 100% certain of, that it will occur every time you do this. This happens, or because of this is a necessity. It follows, and that little link is something that happens in your mind, and then you gain the proof because you know this follows this. To me, that's what proof is. Now, do you want to call it science? Well, if you want to put that process, that linking of the two things together as science, the gaining of knowledge, you gain the knowledge once you can associate the antecedent with the consequent. Then that's your knowledge. You know how that link occurred. Other than that, I wouldn't know. Nobody wants to hear Bev talk about this. Let's say somebody else have a word about it. I think knowledge is gained through argumentation, and I think mainly my knowledge is gained through talking to people about those argumentation, making links and placing pieces together in your mind.
It is the closest thing to how it was described in Plato, how Socrates' elenkai was described in Plato's works. Exactly what you described. That's, if you go read Plato, if you haven't read Plato, go read it, and you'll see Socrates just sat and talked with people. In fact, I'm at the point now, Bev, in Theaetetus, where Socrates is telling Theaetetus that he has no way to birth ideas, that his mind is incapable of birthing ideas, that's why he has these conversations and asks these questions, because he has a knack of allowing them to grow. He compared it to to a midwifery.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was fascinating, because I've always said that about myself, right? I'm not the idea guy. I'm the guy that can take an idea and help to blossom it. Look for the gaps in the idea, figure out how to make it work. That's my, so I can very much identify with Socrates. But that's, in the end, that's all it was a conversation, a questioning, and trying to come to some sort of understanding, a knowledge, if you will. But that, nobody's interested in that anymore today, seems to me.
Yeah, that Theaetetus is all about knowledge. I know we've been going over these sort of things, and it's something it's a little bit nerdy, I think, when you get into the knowledge of this sort of stuff, because it's philosophy, and people stick their nose up at that. But it's just a conversation. That there's no argument within it, and when I say argument, I mean bickering. You're meant to progress the knowledge, and like you said, Kevin, we work quite well in this Discord server because, like Kevin just said, he likes to help people blossom ideas. Well, you put 2 or 3 or 4 of those people together, everybody's helping everybody's ideas move along. And they can work together quite well, like a well-oiled machine at times.
Yeah, well, not while they're stuck arguing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Well, exactly the point, right, Emma? I mean, that shuts down
Mhm.
conversation. We said it a million times. It's the gatekeeper to the knowledge. Shut it
Yeah.
down. Don't talk about anything other than what do you think the shape of the thing that we stand upon is.
Yeah, Lamal puts in the chat, he says, if you think it's all hypothetical, is it science? If what you think is all hypothetical. I don't think what you think is all hypothetical.
Right.
You base your thoughts upon things you know, things you see. Then you can start placing those things. At least you've seen a phenomena, and you can start questioning it. You can then work it out and start manipulating things, looking at it a bit differently, maybe talking about it. Bring somebody like Kevin in, ask them a few questions. They might further the idea. You might be able to come up with different things. It's not, the thoughts and the proof belong in the mind, but there has to be an association with reality. Otherwise, how do you end up with a proof? You can't gain proofs without associating anything with reality. You've got to have a thing that you have to prove. It revolves around things in reality that are generated. But the thought process, I mean, and the proof is gained by the individual by going through the process. It's not just something somebody hands you as a piece of paper. You can't pay somebody a bit of money and they'll hand you a proof. It doesn't work like that. And you can't, I don't think you should be able to base your stuff on the proofs of science if you don't hold any proofs yourself. That's a really bad cop-out. A lot of people seem to do that. Basing everything on everybody else's proofs whilst not holding any proofs personally. I think to say that water boils at 100 degrees or whatever, I mean, how much of a proof is that if you've never actually measured the temperature of water when it boils or manipulated it? If you've done it at a different height, maybe it's a bit hotter already to start off with. Don't know, like who's done it? There's an interesting one, right? Here's the thing that most people probably have heard of within this arena. 1 degree change over 69 miles. What does it mean? And who's checked it? Who's verified that? Who's done the science? Or do people just read out things that are wrote on the wall? Shadows on the wall. 1 degree for 69 miles. What's it mean? Has anyone checked it? Verified it? 69 miles. Has anyone measured that? Anyone measured an angle changing? What did you reference it to? Simple answer is no one's done it. So how much science is there in that? Science that somebody else has done it. But
right, the shadow giant.
Yeah,
what we call the shadow giant science, which to be fair, because it's throughout this arena, because we listened to a little bit of QE the other day, didn't we? Talking about science, and QE is a kind of guy who likes the citations. Interestingly, one of his citations was from the people got a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and a social activist from South Africa. So, I mean, even when you pick your shadow giants, How do you know they have any credibility? Right? This is why you're saying, I think, Bev, like, do these things yourself. Go out into the field. Look at this stuff. Then come and let's have a discussion about what you actually did. What did you observe?
I think everyone would have to say that they've never checked it. And if you've never checked it and verified it, then should you be using it in an argument? What would you do if somebody questioned your foundations of your argument? What does it mean? I mean, what even does 1 degree every 69 miles mean? I'll leave that for the scientists new modern scientists. Is it even science? Sounds like maths. But, and I know it does say in that wiki, but I mean, is that high enough? I mean, who are the people that govern science? I know that there's a group of people that we've had be talking to us. They tell us that they're the scientists. We can't be the scientists. And they tell us what science is. But like we say, they've never checked it. They just tell you what science is. I don't think that's science. I don't think people telling you what science is science. Science should be a process where you get to learn something, you gain knowledge about something. Or you actually, you're teaching somebody, in which case you're still gaining knowledge on how to portray science, your knowledge, how to people can gain it from you portraying it. Me personally, I've learnt loads of stuff. Would you call it science? I don't know. I would. I'd call it me gaining knowledge. I know a lot more than I did when I first started in this arena. So I'm thankful for all of that. Anybody wants to come in, it is Free for All Friday, so come on in. Tell us what you think science is. Can we just gain knowledge and say that's science? Or has modern science told us that that's not right? Has it changed from gaining knowledge, the acquisition of knowledge, to, I don't know, what's modern science? What's it turned into? How did it change? Where did it change? Are the modern scientists allowed to just sort of say, this is the method, we're using this method, and if we don't use this method, then it's not science? And if that's the case, are there some things and proofs that exist outside of science, modern science, old school science, where proofs were gained by people through mathematics and logic? Yeah, Lamal agrees with me. Science is the process of acquiring knowledge. So it should be there for everyone. It's not something that you need a certificate in. Not something that you require a certificate in either. find it interesting why science only comes in the 14th century. It was definitely in the Organon. It says here,
And
science has no single origin. Rather, systematic methods emerge gradually over the course of tens of thousands of years, taking different forms around the world. And few details are known about the very earliest developments. Women likely played a central role in prehistoric science. Shout out to the women, prehistoric science. As did religious rituals.
So your question about why the 14th century, that's even, and you said it was in the Organon, that's even more strange since we know Augustine wrote extensively about the Organon. He would have had it by then because the Arabs had it before that, right? It was lost.
Yeah.
Aristotle's works. So it is strange.
Oh, right. So here we go. This is Wiki. And Wiki says, in classical, because it goes through early sign, the prehistoric women, obviously, at the beginning, a proto-science. And then it goes through Egypt and Mesopotamia. And then it comes into classical antiquity. It says, in classical antiquity, there is no real ancient analogue of a modern scientist. Instead, well-educated, usually upper class and most universally male individual performed various investigations into nature whenever they could afford the time. Before the invention or discovery of the concept of theos or nature by the pre-Socratic philosophers, the same words tend to be used to describe the natural way in which a plant grows and the way in which, for example, one tribe worships a particular god. For this reason, it is claimed that these men were the first philosophers in the strict sense, and the first to clearly distinguish nature and convention. So there's no real analogue for the modern scientist. So the modern scientist must have come along after. See, when I'm thinking of science and gaining knowledge about this simple form where people gain knowledge by talking to each other. It says Socrates.
Yep. Again, just the conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly what Socrates did. Now, again, they killed him for it. So don't be surprised if your desire to have just a regular conversation triggers people. They don't like it. They would do all sorts of terrible things, like even dox you, like stuff like that. Potentially cause real harm.
Yeah, I mean, it says, it goes after Socrates, right? And the Socratic method, Plato's dialogues. Then it goes into Aristotle in the 4th century, created a systematic program of teleological philosophy. In the 3rd century BC, Greek astronomer Aristarchus of Samos was the first to propose the heliocentric model. Now, Is that science? Is that the birth of modern science there? Once you start talking about the heliocentric model, because is that science? Is that where it changed? Because that's not what I consider science myself. Takes it outside the realm of what can be known. The thing turns into being, well, it's the monad, isn't it? The center. Can't get there.
John Dee's topic, a good topic for a free for all Friday.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of the heliocentric model with science. So maybe that is the modern science, where they moved it out of the realm of what can be known. Or did they? I mean, what did we have earlier? New. Solve problems. Academic research. Modern science is typically divided into three major branches: natural science, biology, chemistry, and physics, which study the physical world; the social sciences, economics, psychology, sociology, which study individuals and societies; and the formal sciences, logic, mathematics, and theoretical computer science. Where's the heliocentric model fit into modern science then? Physics? Study the physical world. Is that physical? I think we've had didn't we not go through this sort of a thing? What is physical? I mean, some people said that light was physical and rainbows physical. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I don't know where they get the heliocentric model and fit it into modern science. Unless physics is different than what you thought it was. I don't know. I think when I think about physics, I think about physical. I think about a thing that is real. It has to be something you can touch. You have to interact with it somehow.
Well, and I think that, you know, to give Nathan and QE a little bit of due, I think when they talk about the hypothesis method and stuff, I mean, that's pretty much a requirement, isn't it? Because you have to be able to vary an independent variable. You have to be able to manipulate something, and yeah, then you'd have to assume that the thing can be manipulated. How can you do that if you don't have the thing to manipulate? How do you manipulate a not that?
Yeah, which I suppose you could, if you put it back into the hands of people like Socrates, right? He didn't really do much. He talked to people.
Yep.
So he wasn't manipulating anything, but the knowledge that he gained, was that not science? I mean, old school science, yes. But
Old school
what
science,
about
yes.
modern science then? How do you link the two? If one's a thing that goes into the mind, the science of the knowing, then what's modern science? Is it that and more?
Or is it not that at all?
Yeah. Because, yeah, Jaron seemed to be of the opinion that there was no proof in science, whereas Nathan just said, I don't know, what did he say? Water boils at 100 degrees and that can be confirmed.
While this was the funny thing about that entire quote unquote discussion, that Jared said that you could put a pot of water into an oven and set it to 400 degrees or 200 degrees Celsius, basically, overnight, and the water would never boil. Anybody want to try that? See what happens to your.
My
make sure
oven,
that it's.
yeah, my oven went knackered the other day, so yeah, I'd be able to.
You
do
can't
that.
do it. Yeah, I could do it. I've got a cast iron one, which is probably what you'd want to do because I think you'd destroy your pan if you left it in overnight. Because voila, the water's going to be gone the next morning. Did it disappear? Poof.
It will vaporize. But still, even if you have fire to be too weak to boil the water, it means only that this cause of boiling water is insufficient, or so is not effective. And that's why Aristotle was talking about also efficient cause. So in order to make something actual, you have to have also efficient cause. So this cause has to be sufficiently strong to make that effect. So it means that if you don't boil water with fire, it means that this, and we know that fire is warming things. So it means that this was insufficient cause. That's it.
Right.
It doesn't mean that fire does not or not necessarily boil the water. It will if it is strong enough.
But even if there's no fire at all, it is capable to boil water. I hope people know this.
Yeah, because as far as I know from school, it was some time ago, boiling water is just vaporize. This is as I was learned. I was taught that it is vaporizing with the whole volume. This is boiling because some parts of water starts to boil from bottom, and these are little bubbles going from bottom to up. And it means that on the bottom, some parts of water begin to boil. But this real boiling with whole volume is when whole water has 100 degrees Celsius. So it means only that this is vaporizing with whole volume, not only with surface.
Yeah, when heat is applied. But you do know that you can have water dissipate, boil, cavitate, and then go away into the atmosphere without heat.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the thing, right? This is the idea of gaining knowledge. It's like, and coming to terms, which Aristotle talked about as well. What do we mean by boil?
Well, there's a scenario that gets set up within this arena that you're in where people become combative. So when Nathan says something, obviously, if you pick the other side, you want to try and say circumstances where that might not occur. Right? Now, Nathan was talking about water boiling. Well, put yourself in like a Schrodinger's pot. Right? Let's put a pot in the oven and seal it.
Yeah.
And how do you know it's boiling? Could you warm it up and then cool it back down again, and then open it up and have a look and see if the water's still there. If the water's still there, then are you going to say it's not boiled?
It didn't boil,
Yeah.
right?
The
Exactly.
water's still there.
Mm-hmm.
What is the process of boiling mean? What does that,
yes,
within science?
But interesting again that, and I don't want to make this all about the non-debate debate that happened yesterday, but right, it's so important to bash the other side in a not debate debate that nothing gets resolved. You don't even have the opportunity to talk about can we come to terms? What does boiling mean? You can't even come to terms on it because the conversation has to be stopped. The elenchi has to be stopped. The Socratic method, the original one, the OG one, where you talk and you gain knowledge, can't happen. Did anybody else get any knowledge out of yesterday? I mean, it may have well have been entertaining if you were listening to the not debate debate. Fair enough. Was there any knowledge in there? Anyone? Anyone other than me think there was any knowledge there?
I'm trying to scan my brain now to think, did I learn anything? I don't even know whether I confirmed anything. I've never really heard Jaren talking that much, although quite a bit back. I need to thank Jaren for the water purifier.
Probably best not mention what I remember Jaren doing a video on. He probably doesn't want me mentioning it either. But, yeah.
I don't think I got anything from it. Other than the fact that I would like to have a conversation, because I think there's loads of bits that didn't get talked about and that should have been.
Yep.
Yeah, for a start, Jaren should have done all of what he did after Nathan left, while Nathan was there.
Yeah, that's how he should have opened up, I think.
Yeah.
He
for
did
sure.
miss a chance. Because it wasn't about the actual science. Everybody's heard Nathan go over boiling water and scurvy and vitamin C. There's nothing new there. Nobody's going to learn anything about any of that.
No, it was pointless. Absolutely pointless.
But yeah, the bit afterwards is to know why it's necessary for people to argue and disagree, bicker. Where does that get us? Where does it get us? Unless they think there is a diminishing amount of people that are bothered or concerned about flat Earth, and these two warring factions of flat earthers are fighting for the viewership.
Perhaps. But I mean, it's emblematic of a bigger issue in, I'd say, society as a whole, right? I mean, we could step outside of this arena and this bickering happens everywhere. It happens in politics, it happens in religion, it happens all over social media. It seems to be a natural condition of human beings today. And to me, that's a direct, I don't know how you'd say it, a condemnation of modern science. Because if this is where modern science has led us, is to an argument is bickering, and someone can't even say what an argument is anymore. They can't formulate one anymore. Do we actually have science? I mean, even the science that QE and Nathan talk about, and then you have the million citations, including the ones from Bill and Melinda Gates. I mean, what good is it? Just constant bickering. No actual conversation can happen, whether this arena or almost any other arena.
Too many people at odds with each other, but I don't even know what purpose. Like that was the thing that I was trying to get at. Like Jaren and Nathan Oakley, they're both admitted that they're flat earthers.
Yeah.
I'm not a flat earther, so it's but to wonder why they're at odds with each other. I mean, isn't the flat Earth the same team? I've heard, I think we heard Nathan Oakley today as well. He was calling out another flat earther. In fact, he was saying he was going to go after the stupid flat earthers, which I'm not too sure which ones those ones are. And I don't know why he should be thinking that, because is Nathan Oakley the governor of flat earth science? Or
Seems
just
that way.
science in general?
Maybe he conflates both in his mind. I'm not sure there's either, quite honestly.
Yeah, and if he's listening, anybody else is listening, I'll have a discussion about it. Not that Nathan would bother discussing science with somebody who, like me, some scammer, right? Nathan Oakley's obviously the scientist. He knows more about these sort of things. It's not as if we've got any tests or proofs or anything, that could be put through the scientific method, whichever scientific method you want to attempt to try and put something through. But there are tests that you could put through the scientific method. You could check those tests for the scientific method if Nathan knew what the scientific method was. Because that isn't science something that happens in reality, so you can check your knowledge and understanding within reality. But like it said earlier, the modern science still has logic and mathematics. So could you use logic and mathematics to formulate a hypothesis, or we call it an argument, and then use methods and tests within reality to confirm those arguments and then describe that as a proof? And would that be science?
Well, I would say yes. I dare say Socrates would say yes. The guy that the Socratic method is named after.
I would agree also, but referring to this discussion between Geran and Nathan Oakley, I was surprised why, because of course in this scientific method, logic has to be involved, and creating hypothesis is just logic. This is logical or mathematical part of that. So for me, it is obvious that experiment is just proving that your thesis or premise is true. Because if you are creating premise or hypothesis around physical world, so you have to check it within reality. You cannot just speculate about reality because it couldn't prove anything in reality, in physical reality. But for Geran, even if everything is checked, so you have correct hypothesis, you have correct experiment, and you have proved your hypothesis to be true, and then he said that it still does not prove anything. For me, this is just nonsense. Because he literally said that you cannot have proof within experimentation, physics, etc.
Yeah. You may have missed a paper, but Mr. Slave came in. You know who Mr. Slave is, don't you? You may not be around the Discord enough during the day to know.
No, I don't know who.
No, I don't think he's ever met Mr. Slave.
Yeah, he may not have. He would probably infuriate paper, I'm sure. But yeah, say a guy that wants to debate comes into a Discord server and says, "Does anybody want to debate?" And he has no He claims that nothing can be known. So I think Jaron's on that same track. Nothing can be proven. What could be proven? Is there anything that can be proven? Do you then call that science? That's really the question, because what is science? It all comes down to this all harkens back to Raven, doesn't it? Thank you, Raven, for bringing uh, the organon and predication. We talked about predication and coming to terms and truly wanting to have, you really want to have a conversation, you truly with honesty and openness attempt to understand what the other person is talking about when they're saying the words that they're saying. But again, there seems to be no attempt to want to do that. None. There's only seems to be an attempt to say, well, you're a flat earther, well, you're this and you're that, and Jared's gone to the other Jared's gone to the other team, and Nathan is a scammer and Bev is a scammer. And I mean, where is any of the knowledge? Where's the questioning? Where's the coming to terms? None of that. Nothing.
But now, instead of this guy, now blue marble science, maybe he is trying to to trigger me, but no, I am not triggered, and I do know what hypothesis is. Yes.
And he thinks it's got nothing to do with logic.
Yeah, yes.
It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with logic.
Yes, this necessarily is just idiotic. Yes, it necessarily has everything with logic. Because to create hypothesis, we use logic. Yes, this is our search for cause. So we, in speculation, we have found already this cause, and we have to check if this cause in speculation is true. Then we are going to do experiment, and then we can confirm that our speculative hypothesis is real. So cause, we think that something causes something else, and we have to check. But thinking about that cause is this logical part, because we just don't guess. This is not blind recon that we are searching for hypothesis. We think that that would be hypothesis. For example, that heat is making water to boil is not just because we just cherry-picked this hypothesis, because it is based on our observation of our life, so it involves logic. So hypothesis is always logical. Some kind of logic has to be involved. So blue marble science is just, maybe this is just his provocation, but nonsense.
Yeah. The blue marble scientific method allows for nonsense hypothesis. Just pure, no logic, not required. Blue marble scientific method.
So instead of striving to see if you can gain knowledge and actually know something, some would say, maybe blue fits into this category, that something that you cannot know can somehow be known. That's also an interesting tact.
Yeah, if you're not using logic, then there's no logic. It's a nonsense.
Yes, and you cannot know from nonsense. So
can't come to a conclusion without logic.
Yes, and in fact, even before experiment, you already know the conclusion. But you have to test if your knowledge is true or false. So it means that if you think that heat is warming water, for example, even before you checked it, you already know as a speculation. But in reality, you have to check if your thinking is correct. But you already know it. So this experiment is all just for checking if your inferring is correct, is true. But you already have it in your mind. And in your mind, you can have both. You can have this causes that, or it doesn't. Because you can create in your mind dichotomy. And this is simple way just to check yes or no. If yes, so my hypothesis is confirmed. If no, it means that my hypothesis was wrong. I was wrong to create that kind of hypothesis because it is not that warm, that heat is warming water, for example. So this is very simple, but first is logic, then experiment. But I would say that it fits blue marble science. Yes, maybe blue marble science is doing science that way, creating absurdal hypothesis. Maybe this is new modern science.
Yeah, this is the blue marble scientific method.
Well, yeah, because you don't need proof. We've heard that a million times. Just evidence.
Yeah, you can't get
There
proof.
is no proof.
Yeah.
No. So certainly start out with a nonsense and then see what evidence exists of the nonsense.
What's going on in the live chat?
I'm not even in there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got a new guy, obviously, that I think
Well,
he's
there's
a heavy flat earther.
There's a few people that just seem to be obsessed with the shape of the earth.
Strange.
Rumpus saying that he looks like he's been banned. Yeah, obviously, Rumpus. He's obviously been using the blue marble scientific method there, hasn't he? Rumpus. Well done,
Indeed.
Rumpus.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes that, because I don't think he does any live streams anymore, does Rumpus?
He's
But
forgot how to use YouTube, yeah.
Well, no, YouTube has changed and they moderate before we even see them, Rumpus. YouTube does it all for us. So take it up with YouTube.
I've explained this to YouTube many times. I've said to him, your messages are not going to go through because every one of them is held. I don't know if he thinks we're lying about it or what, but Rumpus, go to your YouTube channel or go to Blues, go live, and then put your nonsense that you talk about with moron and idiot and everything else in there and see what happens. It's going to be flagged. Sorry.
I mean, look, there's this guy in chat, right? And his comment, this shows you the level of intelligence of these people. Hang on, I need to. The gnome Bev will surely ban us all later. Ha ha. And this is the same guy that was going on about Effie. Effie has a little bit of an obsession, I think, with Effie and the shape of the earth. That's fine, mate. You can have that obsession, but you don't need to take it out on anyone here.
All right. This is the blue marble scientific method.
Yeah.
I've had it all day on Twitter, and there are a special team of people. They love flat Earth,
and they go around saying no one
on it. Myself, yeah. I think it's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, they go around saying nobody cares, but they obviously do, because they come around to say, guess what? We don't care.
But I would like to know if there's any proof at all. Like, does that person know? Like we talked about, how do you know that you know something? Does he actually know that Bev is a gnome?
Oh, 4 times older than whoever that is, so they're not old enough to be around here.
It's apparently, hang on, it's apparently, look, they put girl. They've called me girl.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, come back when you reach
There you go.
13.
Yeah. You're not old enough to be around here. Sorry. Well, there's some serious content here that young minds just aren't able to take. So we have to keep out of here. Sorry about that.
And was that the person that called you a gnome?
Yeah.
That claimed that you were a
Yeah,
gnome?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Even more interesting.
Child.
But what is
his friend?
what is
Wow.
what is with everybody now thinking that people older than them know nothing? What is that?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the way it's been for many, many, many years. I used to think when I was younger that older people, and I knew everything. Rumpus never
Maybe
outgrew that. Rumpus knows everything. Ask him; he'll tell you.
he's an expert.
Yeah, he's still in touch with his inner child. It's good to see. Keep you young, Rumpus. Young at heart.
Problem is that this stunted field of knowledge is not mine, but it is Aristotelian. So you can, Rumpus, you can call Aristotle names if you want, because he's dead. He will not respond. But still, his method of gaining knowledge is the only one that we can gain really knowledge. Modern scientific method, let's say, is not working. You will not gain knowledge, as far as I know. And if you gain your knowledge from your method, I don't care, because your knowledge is not good enough. I like my kind of knowledge, which is Aristotelian knowledge, when I can gain certain knowledge, for sure, through syllogism or modus ponens, or confirming hypothesis with experiment. This is it. I don't care if this kind of knowledge is outdated or not. I don't care.
Well, that's the whole point of putting modern before anything, isn't it? Paper. It's to I don't know,
Just
shame
not
people,
that.
or yeah, not shame maybe. I don't know what they're doing, but like older is definitely not better. That's the implication. So because that kind of knowing is more than 2,000 years old, it's not worth knowing anymore. We've got new and improved. Everything is new and improved now. And of course, as I said earlier, if you have the ability to completely explode your logic, then yeah, the world's your oyster, man. You can anything, literally anything can go. Anything can be quote proven, unquote. Because there is no logic, there is no need for proof. So there you go.
Rumpus has said he's never said he knew anything.
Okay.
I knew everything.
Okay.
He's just said he's always right.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, so he is right without knowing. So
No,
maybe
he's lying. Let me just say, I am a
Yeah.
mod in the YouTube channel. He is lying. And if I had the inclination and the time, I'd go back whatever show it was a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago or something, where he specifically wrote those words. I know everything, all uppercase.
Yeah.
So thanks, Rumpus.
Yeah,
But
it'll
you're
be on the
lying.
video as well. Like it'd be
Yeah.
right there
Yeah.
in the chat. It'd be there
it
for
is not the first time.
everybody knows that Rumpus lies blatantly. But it's okay. It's for blue marble science.
Yeah. Modern day science.
Yeah.
This is what happens. You have lies and assumptions and
Contradictions,
Yeah,
contradictions
contradictions.
taking
Yeah.
paper.
begging
Yep.
the question of all fallacies. Name all fallacies. So,
Yep. Quite
Yeah.
good at creating the Jabberwockies, though. Quite good at that.
Yeah, and Rumpus, if anybody's listening, Rumpus says that he doesn't seem to think that you can prove axioms. Well, as we've heard many times, forgetting the fact that self-evident truths can obviously be proved, but let's say an assumption is an axiom, right? The new modern Rumpus doesn't think you can prove assumptions. like what use is there for this science if you can't prove your assumptions? Isn't it that the if of a statement within? Like, come on.
Hang on, paper. Hold that thought. I'll tell you. I go back to what I just said. With the exploded logic, you can literally claim anything, state anything, and claim that you know everything. Rumpus fits that mold perfectly. I'm sorry, paper. Go ahead.
No, just question for people like Rumpus. If you cannot confirm your premise or what, how did you call it? Assumption. So how it is called? It is called begging the question, Mr. Rumpus.
But he doesn't believe in all that logic stuff, paper. So
yeah, we need to remind him because he's forgettable.
here we go. I'll put something in the Discord live chat.
No,
Rumpus has said he said it again. He never said he knew anything. Right? He doesn't know anything at all. So don't even assume that Rumpus knows anything.
No, so he just forgets. I think. I don't know. So
how
maybe
can you know anything if your assumptions, your hypothesis, don't need a logic? How can you know anything?
You cannot. You cannot.
Nope.
And by the way, Rumpus is proving that because he does not know what he said before, so asking him about logical hypothesis is just futile effort, I think.
He's praying as well now. I didn't know he was religious.
Yeah, yes.
Or is that,
projection.
He's not docs in blue, is he? That's not. That's
maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Can we just confirm you're not docs in blue there with that? Are you, Rumpus?
Expert. It doesn't matter. Expert, not expert. Why are you talking about hypothesis and you are supporting blue marble science stupid sentence that hypothesis has nothing to do with logic? This is worth clipping, I would say. Very, very good. To show stupidity of some people. Because hypothesis is cause. And as Aristotle said, knowing the cause is the best kind of knowledge we can have. So this is no comment, no further comment on this topic. Sorry. Maybe he's just trolling.
Yeah, he'll be gone in a bit. Yeah, sorry.
I was going to say you just picked that time to go make tea.
Yeah, he's his shift will be over in a bit, bedtime or something. I don't know, but they don't normally last for that long. You know, it's free for all Friday.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't like him today.
No, because he can't control the language. Never has been able to. It's all right though.
No, oh, so Rumpus is confusing hypothesis with fantasy. No, it is not fantasy.
Well, blue marble, you see, don't get confused, right? With your thinking of science and obviously the old school stuff, whereas Rumpus is obviously got a bit too deep into this blue marble scientific method.
Right.
He's been blue marble sciencing it. Slightly different.
Well, and you could tell that because they've had to bring in a non-logician.
I can give example for why hypothesis is not the same as fantasy, because Rumpus says that you can just guess everything. That would be a cause of something. So, for example, because back in the day, Rumpus liked green pixies. So we can say, for example, for Rumpus would be a very good hypothesis that green pixies cause water to boil. But because it's a guess, of course, and fantasy, and you cannot use green pixie as independent variable, you cannot manipulate green pixie because you didn't prove that they exist. So, of course, you cannot manipulate that. Therefore, you cannot prove anything with green pixies. So your hypothesis is completely invalid. Just as I said, it's just fantasy. Science fiction, fantasy. And
well, I mean, it would fit the bill of no logic.
Yeah.
So it would still apply for blue marble. It'd still have it.
Yeah. So green pixies are, and green pixie is not my. This is not my idea. This is Rumpus.
Yeah, allowable within the blue marble scientific method.
Yeah, because back in the day, I think it was maybe on Ranty or on Nathan Oakley. I can't remember. They were talking about something like this Maxwell's devil. So Rumpus demanded that not devil, but green pixie or pixie. Or maybe it was pink pixie or green pixie. I don't know, but pixie. So pixie is good for Rumpus, for his method.
Oh, I think we've got Stefan Mudd there. He says he's checked it at different locations over a distance of 980 kilometers north-south direction. And he's checked the angles conform to 1 degree per 111 kilometers.
He checked. So, yes, this is also very old pseudo argument from Bollers that this independent variable is location. So you changing location, you are varying independent variable, which is complete nonsense because you are at one location at the moment. So in order,
I'm not talking about that. See, I'm talking purely about what the bit that you're going to say now. You've got to measure an angle in one place and relate it to somewhere else in another place. So you need to make sure that that is a straight line.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Stefan's failed to see.
Yes, and this straight line should be of length of 111 kilometers.
69 miles, I like.
Yeah.
We still have miles an hour and all that. We still deal in miles. So, Stefan, have you actually done that? Have you measured 69 miles to make sure? I mean, it's a pretty big baseline. I'm not so sure you have. If you have, then let us know. I have been asking quite a lot of people whether they've actually checked this. And you seem to be the first person that says you have actually checked it. 69 miles in a straight line seems to be one of the biggest asks yet. I'm not too sure how many people modern day would ever have done that. Confirmed a distance of 69 miles. How precise were you within your measurements? No, I wouldn't expect an answer, don't worry. Who's that? Oh, Brian.
Yeah, man. How's it going?
All right. Your mic's a bit... Can everybody else hear him okay?
Any better?
Kind of low, a little bit.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Rumpus, why don't you try just asking questions? If you've got some questions you want to ask anyone, just ask away. Try and not make it personal. And your comments might make it through. But I guess everybody knows what Rumpus is like. It's why he doesn't go on anybody else at the minute, you know. Has anybody else seen Rumpus in any other chat? I didn't see him last night about Jaron and Nathan Oakley or anyone anywhere else. Or is Rumpus literally just obsessed with us here on the level?
I think so, yeah. And to be honest, I mean, again, we've explained this to Rumpus. The mods have many times. And he's just, I think at this point, you just have to say he's just too stupid, quite honestly, too dumb to understand that if you put, personal attack words into the YouTube live chat, it will not go through. We've explained this many times. It's very simple. It's not a complicated thing. So the only conclusion I can make from that is Rumpus has an IQ of about 40. I mean, that would explain it.
I think he's got infected with that, the blue marble scientific method. I mean, the nonsense that within it must send you a little bit loopy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of the parts of the nutsacking. You never know.
The unintended consequences of the nutsacking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we do make allowances, right? Because, like we say, the stuff we say in here can affect you mentally. So you have to be in control of your own faculties. Please make sure that you don't come in here angry or whatever, because then this is likely to intensify your hatred of whatever people say. So drop Betty's side rule. That's the easiest thing to do. Don't imagine that you're coming here fighting a side, because I don't know what side I'm on. And if you imagining you're just on a different side, then it's going to be combative. And I don't want combative. I'd rather have conversations. But it seems like people lose their minds. They've gone nonsense.
Check this out, Bev.
Oh.
I was looking up the margin of error for the chains that they used to use in surveying, and then they started using tapes. And this before, this is a little while back, not too long ago, but before digital and everything. And so I did the math. If we pull a line on a surface with a radius of 3959, and then we pull a straight line right next to it, the difference is like 4.5 feet. The margin of error
for radius?
Well, the difference, the arc length compared to the
but the radius,
the chord. Yeah.
But the radius is straight.
Yeah, no, not the radius then. I'm talking about the difference between the arc length and the chord length. But look, let me get my point was this.
Which one?
I was checking
the diameter.
I was checking the margin of error, and it's 1 in 1,000. And that's came out to like 7.5 times the difference. The margin of error in 69 miles was like it was a little over 30 feet, and then it was 0.5 per 1,000 for the tapes when they started using tapes and quit using chains, and so it's like 4 times the difference between the arc and chord length. So the margin of error is literally, so like if they try to, like if blue marble scientists or anybody try to say that the surveying proved distances by measuring distances, it was 4 times outside of their margin of error. So I just want to throw that fact out there, man. So I did all that checking, and so yeah, how accurate you think you could get and with any method measuring 69 miles? I mean, I'm not really asking you that directly, but I'm just saying that anybody thinks about that in reality, it's going to take you quite a long time to even measure that. And if you can get within 30, 50 feet, that's phenomenal in my, to me. I don't think anybody is any more accurate than that. I don't think it'd be even possible to get much more accurate than that. Personally, that's my opinion. 69 miles is a long way.
Take a look in the live chat, the Discord live chat. Take a look, everyone. Take a look. Who's the liar?
Yeah.
Who's the
I'm
liar?
an expert in everything. I have never said I knew everything. With a little insult you utter.
Yeah.
Nice one, Rumpus. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. He doesn't know everything, but he's an expert in everything.
Right.
Rumpus, you did say you're always right.
Is that possible? Can you be an expert in something and not know it?
Nothing about?
Is that possible? And then blue. Sorry, Brian. Hang on. And then blue is saying that I'm the one with a 40 IQ.
Yeah.
Well done, blue. Well done.
Rumpus said I was wrong once, and that was for thinking that I was wrong.
Yeah, that's a character of Rumpus that he has.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, it's not coming out. It's not being able to be used that much. It's nearly worn its time out, Rumpus, this character. Much like Jesse Kozlowski wore his Jesse Kozlowski character out. I don't even think Rumpus is going to get to do his test, He's not even going to get to do the SE chat or asking or whoever it was that he was doing his chat with.
Hey, man, I found that clip. Two things I wanted to run by you besides that Friday fun fact. Is I found that clip where Tim Osmond had went out to the Salt Lakes by Strong's Knob to do some shots. I guess they had the auto level and a Theodolite, supposedly, whatever. It was Tim Osmond quoting about the time they went out there, and he was talking with George on how when they set the auto level up 5 to 6 feet over the Great Salt Lake, and the crosshairs were well above the crosshairs were well below the lake, and the lake was blocking like half the mountain. I found that clip, man. I don't know if he was interested, but anyway. And the other fact is Chikey's going around in Earth Awakening saying that I've heard him twice saying that your height in that picture where you're on the beach, the one you showed to Blue in that debate, where I think it might be the one with Blackpool Tower in the background, and he's saying your elevation is 150 meters. He said he worked it out mathematically, and I said I don't think so, man. He was on the damn beach, wasn't he? But I wasn't sure. So, but it sounded like he was being disingenuous. He said he proved it. He's proved it. He had a little.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So he's full of shit, right?
Well, I mean, Chaiki doesn't even know what he's talking about. If he's using the one where we were on the beach, that was we went there to go and show you that certain people who've claimed that they've measured plumb lines not being parallel have wrote down some numbers for measurements of an angle, which we went out there to prove it's impossible that he made those measurements. Now, what Blue Marble and Chaiki and Rumpus and all of those people have done, they've looked in the background, which if you've ever done any surveying, you will know that you're not really interested in the background. The only reason he's ever seen anything in the background is because we went out there and put a camera on an auto level so people could see what we were doing. Now, what he's done is he's seen that video and looked in the background, which is something that nobody would do. Well, obviously.
It's retarded.
Yeah.
Especially when I hear surveyors talking about doing shots, or people who claim to be like engineers who claim to look out 10 miles or even further. It's retarded, and that questions whether they're even surveyors. But in that clip with Tim Osmond Jesse, it also has George saying, because he said the distance to Strong's Knob in the background was like over 20 miles, and George Numchucks, rest in peace, but he said, no, you don't use equipment for distances like that. Even George backed up that you don't use auto levels for shit in the distance, and so even he knew. So these people claiming to, it's ridiculous. Just look at the Skunk Bay footage or any time lapse. If you're trying to, I mean, I don't even have to explain, dude. It's just retarded.
Yeah, I'll explain it. I'll explain it simply. There was a guy who used to hang around here that claimed to be a surveyor. He was called Jesse Kozlowski. He's not here anymore. And he's not here anymore because he can't claim to be a surveyor and say these things. So they need Jesse Kozlowski character to disappear, go away, so people who know nothing about surveying can make ridiculous claims about it. They're free to just do it. People who don't know anything about surveying, never done any surveying, don't know anything about it, just taking the pictures that we went out there to show people exactly what you see through an auto level. No one else has done that. No one else has shown people what it actually looks like through an auto level.
I showed on my channel through one of my auto levels that if the bubble ain't lined up, how it can show how just having the bubble cutting the line can show up a bad reading, and I was I was referring to Bob Bob the science guy's crooked shot where he shot the lake trying to prove the drop over half a mile in the lake, or he's got it. His crosshairs are crooked to the landscape. So if he went to the left, it'd be higher. If he went to the right, it'd be lower. You know which one I'm talking about? Well, wait. What was the distance, Bev? When you went out there, what was the distance you were trying to show that you can't read the pole? Like, what was it, like a couple hundred meters or something?
500 meters is the claim.
Yeah, that's that's
3 millimeters reading over 500 meters. That's the claim.
And at that distance, you cannot see anything on measuring rod.
Mm-hmm.
It is impossible.
Since then, has anybody addressed that? Has anybody retracted their claims or even addressed?
No, they just all did a Jesse Kozlowski. They've left.
They just, or they point to the background. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Point at Blackpool Tower in the background, or, put another picture next to it, which means nothing. I mean, blatantly lying about the what we went out there to go and do. But no, like the point is, Nobody else has ever been out there to do anything like that. These guys just take the pictures that they find, misinterpret them, and then put them out and say, you know, just rubbish.
Well, it's keeping people busy because now you got them counting pixels now and telling you how high you were. Chikey counting pixels and trying to bet me that you're 150 meters or some shit. I wasn't gonna entertain that.
Yeah. Well, you have all of that, plus they've never seen any of the other pictures from your excursions out to Southport or anything.
Or Bedford.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've done loads of them.
Yeah.
Enjoyed watching them, man. They were awesome, man.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite videos.
Hopefully we'll get some better times. It's been shit weather and I'm still getting my kitchen done.
I wonder when Rumpus is doing his. I mean,
Rumpus
he's gone
isn't
now.
Gonna do his.
No. What?
Like he was never gonna do it in the first place.
He swore he was doing it, right? I mean,
that's
right. He was waiting for SE.
They thought that they could get away with doing it with that time where we went down there, and they just didn't get a chance to get enough pictures of it. But you could guarantee that they would have tried to say that they did the test.
Mm.
It might take them 100 tries to. It might take them 5 tries. It might take them 1. It might take them 100 tries of going out there to get what he's expecting to get. You know, because you don't know what you're going to get when you go out there over that distance.
Blue's confirming it. The claim is a vertical angle can be read with a theodolite to within 1 arc second. That's the claim, Bev. Go ahead and address that. Right, I will. I'll go right now, Blue. This is just for you. He said he did it with his theodolite, which was, I think, a 28 times scope. Just so happens that we have a 32 times scope, so we've got better magnification. We went over the distance that he claimed he did this, 500 meters, 1,500 feet. And we even got some of the top guys. Anybody can do it now, mathematics, if you want to see. Over a distance of 500 meters. What is the linear distance at the end of the angle over 500 meters? Check it for yourself.
I'll get it right now. Yeah, that's bullshit. I don't even have to do it to know that
I think it's about 2 point something mil. So we said, let's be generous. Let's say 3. So 3 millimeters. You've got to be able to go and look through that, see 3 millimeters, and then move your crosshair 3 millimeters up to measure that angle. And you can't see it. Everybody knows that. It's impossible to be able to see or measure that angle. Blue. Just have a look at Blackpool Tower in the background. Forget about that. Don't even think about it. So that's the claim, Blue. Like you say, prove that you can do it. Let's see it. Get yourself a theodolite and go and do it for yourself. We've checked it, Blue. We've done it. It's been filmed. You can even watch that film. Go and do it yourself, Blue. This is science. Don't be telling us that we have to go and do something we've already done that you have not.
He won't do it.
No.
He won't do it.
They won't do anything.
No, why would you when you can just go along with the principle of explosion and have everything? You could have your 1 arc second at 500 meters. No problem. All you do is just go with the principle of explosion. And then you don't have to prove a damn thing. There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's outside of what did he say? 1 arc second?
Blue says it's redder than theodolite, not at the rod.
Wow.
Here's the angular side it over the 500 meters, you're talking 3/10,000ths of a millimeter. I mean 3/10,000ths of a degree. So 1/3600th would be no. He said he could that tool could get within what, an arc second? What did he say?
Yes, the claim is that they can measure an arc second over that distance. But there's more, right? There's point somethings of an arc second.
Yep.
But we're just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, say to the arc second, and we want to know the linear distance where the crosshairs have to move from top to bottom. Like there's an angle that has to be measured. So therefore, what is the travel at 500 meters that an theodolite would have to measure from the angle point to the other point?
My question is, at that distance, thickness of this crosshair would cover these 3 millimeters. So
yeah, they have said 2 to 3 arc seconds for the crosshair. Yes.
So it is greater. So thickness at that distance would be greater than measured
yes
angle.
Yes.
So it would cover from up to bottom this distance. So it is another issue that it is impossible.
Okay, well, I mean, you could use the top of the line, couldn't you? To the move that. Go on.
2.5 millimeters.
Yeah.
Comes up to 1.5 10,000ths of a degree. There's no way, dude. I mean, we don't even have to do the math to know that's ridiculous, but he's not even falling within his
Oh, can we let Blue do the math for himself? Like Blue's just thinking about a 1 arc second reading 1 arc second on a theodolite, but he doesn't realize it needs to be a measured angle because somebody has actually measured that angle, Blue, or claimed to have measured that angle in order to be able to tell that plumb lines are not parallel.
Here's another problem. Even if they're talking this accuracy when they're talking shooting long ranges, is the displacement of what they're even shooting at. Who cares how accurate? Even if they could get with 0 margin of error over 10 miles, they could be measuring it perfect, but it's going to move around. So it don't matter how accurate the measurement is, as the refraction's displacing the shit, and you're guessing if it's in the right place or not. You know, I can't believe they're making these bold bullshit claims.
Well, they're not. They've gone. They've left. But it's Blue at the minute. Blue's the one that's making the claim.
1/10,000th of a degree. Oh my god. I went to the calculator and it didn't even give me anything. It said 0 radians. It wouldn't even compute.
Yeah, 1 arc second. It was claimed by a few people. Blue's claimed it again tonight. But Blue Marble of the Blue Marble nonsense scientific method.
That's not quite accurate enough.
Allowed.
Even if they could do that, it wouldn't be quite accurate enough, even still. But I don't believe that even for a second. Yeah. Either way.
You know what Blue responded again. You know what I don't see Blue saying? I'm going to go out and do it and show you, Bev.
He's got Larry out there, right? We'll just measure 500 meters. We'll put a camera on the back of it and we'll show you when we can measure 1 arc second. Show you what it looks like over 500 meters. Because that's all we did. That's all we were going out there to show people. What it actually looks like through the crosshairs. So people don't just have to look at a load of numbers wrote down. They can actually visualize what it looks like over that distance and why surveyors don't actually do that. Vertical angles over that distance is fucking ridiculous.
1 arc second would be 0.00027. They're crazy as hell. But like I said, that's not even that doesn't even cut it. Almost.
It's just what you're looking at. You're looking at it in a crosshair for you to be able to put the crosshair on that point.
Yeah, how can they
Nobody
claim that
even knows what he did.
You can't even read it to even. I mean, they really didn't get the whole point of you going out there. Like, whether they responded or not, I'm sure they've heard several times and then at least looked at it and seen, like, damn, yeah, we can't read the story pole that small, you know. So, and then to still make that claim.
What claim?
Baffling, like. Claim that they could have that much accuracy even within
And
that
to do
distance
what?
when you anything.
Well,
you can't even read the
claim is over 500 meters. This guy can measure an angle and tell you that plumb lines aren't parallel. So forget about actually what you can measure with the angle. Let's think about the method. How does it work? With a theodolite, you're measuring an angle. What does it do?
What are they claiming? Reciprocal?
Don't know. You tell us. How does he claim to measure plumb bobs not being parallel with theodolite? Blue will tell us. I don't want you. I'm talking hypothetically, right? For people to just think of for themselves. Since Blue Marble has now confirmed that he knows people that can actually measure this angle, so the angle's definitely measurable by Blue Marble science. He's got the tools. You read the specs for the tool, the angle can be done. Let's think about the method. What method did this guy use over 500 meters? Because 500 meters, you can get a little wheel. And if he can do it by measuring an angle and confirm, right, and check it, then Blue Marbles get the team out. Like, why isn't everybody doing this? Surely it must be a regular thing that surveyors do, right? Right, Blue? Blue Marbles confirmed it. Reciprocal zenith angles. It sounds great, but let's work it out. What the fuck's he doing, Blue? What angle's he measuring? Remember, Blue, 500 meters. With a theodolite, a good one, a T3, I believe, Blue. Let's definitely sort this out, wouldn't it? Wonder where they've gone.
Yeah, Blue was touting the specs on the T3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my problem.
Wonder where these people that said this bullshit, I wonder where they've gone. Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine. Can never really trust him. Blue Marble Science, he's had his name to the list.
It's never going to work, because even if they're claiming that they're going off a level with the T3, okay, they set it up and get horizontal, and then if they claim they can get arc to each, okay, so you can't read anything, but if you're going to do it digitally, then let's say the equipment can maneuver that fine of measurements. Unless they lined up exactly, they'd have to know how how high they are from one another to get within that accuracy. There's no way, even with an instrument like that, unless they were able to guess and line up exactly perfectly horizontal with each other, it'd still be a a guess. And then refraction, it'd only take a centimeter of refraction to screw up their entire measurement threefold. There's no, I can't think of any way to make that work, even with a T3.
Blue Marble can. He's got friends they've done it. He's absolutely certain of it. Remembering that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Yes, they both are straight lines, and the shortest distance from A to B is also a straight line. Blue Marble says you can measure some angles and prove that they're not perpendicular.
So let's say that he's got the main surveyor at the other side, and he's
no. He's gone. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He can't. We're not going for fantasy hypothetical situations. Blue Marble science, and it'll have to be Larry.
Yeah, Larry. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't use Larry.
Yeah, Larry's still around.
So we got Larry over there, right? And he's got a light or whatever he's claiming to use to for a marker for blue to narrow in on. If it's within an arc second, then there'll be probably 10 clicks that he could use. You know, he could probably click 10 arc seconds and still be within that mark that Larry's given him to mark with. And in fact, that reminds me, even the distance they done it at, if I remember right, when they claimed to do the reciprocal zenith angles, they said it was hazy and everything, but he knew, but since he knew where he was at, he was able to gauge in. Like he never really even located the light, the what you call it, the heliograph or whatever they used, because it was cloudy. But since he knew where he was at, they were able to work it out. They just did that shit on paper, is my opinion. They did it on paper, and trying to pass it is real. I don't.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think Blue, what are you talking about with who's denying Euclid? Pretty sure I was just talking about point A, point B, perpendicular each end, and the shortest distance across the two, and you were talking about angles. You were talking about angles and stuff like that. I mean, where's the straight lines? That's all I was talking about, Blue. There's no denying Euclid here. Absolutely none. Can you not work it out, Blue? Can we use Betty's perpendicular logic argument? Are you all right with that, Blue? Betty's perpendicular argument, the one that upset Flat Earth Charles, sent him into a nutsacking. Is he all right? Have you been keeping an eye on him, Blue? Your mate, Charles. I hope you've not left him like you did with George. Just use them all up and then throw them away. Blue Marble scientists are all the same.
Actually, an arc second would be, I think it's 0.23, or it'd be 2.3 something millimeters. And you showed unequivocally you can't read millimeters from that distance, even with a better scope than they claim to have. So how do they try and have they gave any explanation at all past that problem? That's a pretty major problem right there. Like, they're claiming to be able to do something, and you literally showed, like, dude, I don't even go like 35, 40, 50 feet tops, like when I do my shots, you know. I'm not doing long distance survey or anything, but I like to try and get it exact, and I try to read the 16th of an inch. I just usually use a tape measure. I have the story poles, but I usually use a tape measure, and to read, you know, somewhere around a millimeter, I got to be up real close, man, to make sure that I'm dead on. 500 meters, that's a joke. like even to me, 100 meters is pushing it. I mean, you could probably, I don't know. Can you read a millimeter over 100 meters? That's cutting it close, ain't it?
I wouldn't do it over 100 meters.
I wouldn't either, man.
It's too much for a millimeter. About 50 meters max, I'd say. I mean, you could probably push it at 70, but I don't know why you'd want to be doing that. If you've been trying to keep it to a millimeter, just keep it down to between 50 and 30.
Yeah.
We can
That's just it, man. That's just it. When I do my shots close and I just extend them, I know I'm on, you know. I don't have to worry about anything going on with atmosphere. I don't have to worry about, you know, misreading it because I'm right there and I can see it perfect and I can extend it as far as I want, right? I can extend it out as far as I want.
Blue says 16 arc seconds. And as we all know, right, Blue, is it the equipotential angle of adjustment, does that apply to horizontals over? Because this is why we did it with the auto level. It obviously must apply, equipotential angle of adjustment must apply both ways to both perpendiculars. Right? And since it's claimed that you can measure 1 arc second over 500 meters, and Blue Marble Science says 16 arc seconds. So, I mean, 1 arc second is well within the error range of 16 arc seconds. So, over 500 meters, it should be easy for anybody to do this. By Blue Marble's claims.
3.8 centimeters. That'd be 3.8 centimeters. I still don't. I'd still put that in question, but that'd be 3.8 centimeters.
Is that right, Blake?
16 arc seconds.
3.0 centimeters seems a little bit much for 500 meters, if you're asking me. But hey, you add a bit of bonus on. You're entitled to it. Blue Marble will tell you anyway, you've probably made some mathematical error there. We're just talking about the claims made by certain people about certain things, but this one tonight's been a good one, Blue. You've claimed so far that you can, he says it's well within the range of 500 meters with the tool, the T3, to be 1 arc second. But then he claims that the divergence should be 16 arc seconds. So it should be easily measurable at 500 meters. Like, why is everybody fucking about with all of this shit? Blue Marble says you can do it. You've been here, been around here for 8 years or more. A lot of people. Blue Marble Science said tonight you can easily do it.
Just making the claim is enough. That's why. That's Brian. That's, with all due respect, I think that's what you miss in all this. Is there's no need to prove anything. There are no proofs. Yeah. There is no knowing. You just make the claim. That's all.
And then tell other people to do it.
Yeah.
And then that way, if they don't get it right, you can just tell them that they're stupid and they didn't do it correctly.
Exactly.
It's dead easy. It works like that. And then normally what you do, you make a stupid claim like Blue's just done tonight, right? But although Blue's not put it in video. Oh, he has. He's done the reciprocal. Yeah. Okay, so Blue has made a ridiculous video. Well, normally what they have to do then is just Jesse Kozlowski and fuck off. But Blue Marble Science seems to keep coming round telling us how stupid he is. How easily you can falsify the flat earth. Everybody knows it's not flat. But Blue Marble Science says you can falsify perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical. Easily. Over 500 meters. Anyone could do that. Blue Marble Science should be doing sightseeing tours. He should be setting this up. Inviting everybody round.
If he's listening, Blue, I'll bet you anything you can't. Anything you want. I'll
He's
put up
claimed
my
it.
house.
He's claimed it. He can do it. He's claimed it. Like, other people have already done it. They've left the arena, like, they've gone. But, I mean, you know, Blue Marble Science is the one saying that they can do it. He's absolutely certain they can do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but why would he do it when he could just claim it? I mean,
Well,
you have to get off the couch.
Step one would be to show people what you can actually see over 500 meters with a scope, which is what we did. And obviously, it seems like we, I said that we failed it. I said he's obviously a lying shit. But Blue Marble Science says we must have done it wrong. Blue Marble Science can actually do this.
Well, yeah, you didn't. There come the arguments, right? You didn't have a theodolite, and you were trying to use a measuring rod. I mean, so there you go, right?
Well, we were only showing people what you could actually see over that distance.
Yeah, but I mean, who cares when you just make the claim?
Yeah.
When you just make the claim, who cares?
Bev doesn't like simple proofs when they make him look foolish. Where was there a proof here somewhere tonight? Iridium?
Yeah, the claim.
Blue's claim. Blue's claim that he can do the impossible.
Yep.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the simple proof.
So it's that easy to do, right? All you need is a T3 theodolite, 500 meters, measure an angle, bish bash bosh, horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular.
Yep.
Just because their device can click,
Game
just because their
over.
device can click within arc seconds of fine tuning, don't mean you can make that measurement. And here's why I kind of respected the main surveyor. Like when he went out and made the measurements, like you've seen the ones Blue and them made, like dude, it just looked pencil whipped to me. But when Jeff went out there to try to repeat the Alberuni, he went out there like 12 different times, and he was off by.
Did you see any of his?
He was off by. Yeah, no, I seen his handwritten notes and all that, and they were off by almost 4 million feet.
He wrote down some stuff in the book.
But if he was pencil whipping it, would he really? It was actually a little over 4 million feet that he was off, which put him outside of, even with refraction, it put him outside of a percentage, but it put him like somewhere in the ballpark. But I mean, if you were going to pencil whip it, like you'd get it where it was fairly accurate, I would think. It was not even
Brian,
after
Brian, in this arena, would you trust anybody if they wrote something down in pencil in a book?
Not 100%,
and then said to you, plumb lines aren't parallel.
That's fucking ridiculous. Even Charles.
So you, like, just because he writes something down in a book doesn't mean he's actually measured it, does it?
No, it doesn't, man. But it just struck me as realistic. Like that's probably no, I wouldn't. Especially if anything was on the line. But it looked kind of probably about what we would measure though. He probably went out there one day and pencil whipped the rest. But if you were gonna pencil whip it for dishonesty, you'd came up with the right answer, I would think. And his answer, like I said, even after refraction, it was still off.
But you could just be that bad at this sort of stuff, and think that the people that you're dealing with are that ignorant of it. They're not going to bother checking.
I thought he was the most honest out of the bunch, out of the surveying bunch. He was
how
to me he was a little bit humble, man. Like when he debated Austin and shit, he didn't, like, I've heard some claims,
he said
man,
that plane surveyors don't use a plane.
He was honest, about his whole spiel. He
honest.
didn't have to. He could have.
It's just lying.
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about when he was on a platform, he could have like wiggled his way out of it, like to me, Larry and them do a lot of. But he came out and said, the outliers of all their survey, and they just throw out the outliers.
He asked me, why would I want to establish a horizontal? He asked me that. Why would you want to? Because we're doing a test.
Yeah, Matt.
Said it couldn't.
I want to see
said
that,
it couldn't
man.
be done. It's a McToon thing.
Not an honest dude.
Yeah, definitely not honest.
Not.
That's where Toon was jumping in, because that's what I'm saying. Like he I don't think Toon liked the answers that Jeff was given, and he was just taking
why is
over like
that?
he was the damn surveyor.
Yeah. So McToon
know.
obviously knew that this guy that probably not from Maine, wasn't a surveyor. He obviously did, because McToon isn't a surveyor.
Yeah, but he damn sure was trying to take over and answer for Jeff. I remember that now. Yeah, he was given the answers that he felt like were supposed to be given. He was just stepping all over Jeff and white knighting before Jeff could even answer half the things you asked him. But you did good in that. You did real good. Well, you pinned them down. You held their feet right in the fire.
No, because that's not even finished. That didn't even get started. That was probably the first signs of the ECV coming in. People not wanting to address certain issues. But I understand how tough it is for anybody who probably is a surveyor or come from construction or whatever to enter this arena. I don't expect anybody to come in actually with any surveying pedigree at all into this arena. It'll never happen. Well, that's why they've had to leave.
Yeah. Hey, no, but I'm saying when you got, just by you getting Toon to start jumping all over Jeff and answering for him, dude, like that showed. I mean, to me, that should have showed everybody all they needed to see when you got Toon white knighting for the freaking for the surveyor. You know, that to me was a good job exposing the bullshit right there. To me, I thought you did real good.
Well, it's not a matter of doing real good, because the points need to be got out there. And thanks to Blue Marble, I don't want to miss out on the chance of this. Blue Marble Science is picking up the surveying thing. I'm hoping Larry's going to help you, Blue, because he's still got his tools, right? 500 meters, piece of piss to do. Just put a camera on the back of it. Show people how you can measure. You can measure 1 arc second, obviously. Just you measure 16. It's a piece of piss. Even if you're within 5. Give yourself you could definitely be able to show then that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular. It might only be a bit, but you've got 16 arc seconds to play with. That's fucking amazing.
Maybe I could save him a little humiliation. Blue, just what you're claiming. Think and some of your previous claims, like look at Skunk Bay. It's just the quickest example I could come. It doesn't matter how accurate your equipment is, bro. You can have the most accurate equipment in the world. Shoot that mountain 40 miles in the background at Skunk Bay, or 35 miles, whatever it is. It doesn't matter how accurate your equipment is, Blue. That mountain is moving up and down and up and down and up and down.
No, I don't think Blue's got the equipment. He's talking about the T3. I think that was Jeff, but I think Jeff got Bessie from Larry. Jesse gave it to Larry, and Larry gave it to the guy from Maine. So I presume that Larry got it back, because if not, it might have been in the house fire at George's. God rest his soul, Bessie and George.
What's that other Jesse's name, man? He was gonna loan me his T3, man, or a T2 or a T3. I told him I'd give him a little deposit and everything.
Jesse Gordon.
Jesse Gordon. He's got one. He went out and bought one. I don't know that he's done much.
Well funded.
But I mean, he used it on.
What was up with that?
I think I think he's got a little playing money, I would think, because I know he doesn't use it for trade, but he did use it like on the spot when we were talking about magnetic declination. Like he literally busted it out at Earth Awakenings and made a quick video. But anyway, I told him, like I could rent one, but if I want to do something, like I want to hold it for a couple weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like I told him I'd give him a little deposit. and he agreed to it. You know, he didn't have no.
This is make you famous. You can make yourself a shadow giant for sure with this one. 500 meters, 16 arc seconds, like Blue says. Accuracy of 1 arc second. Make yourself famous. Here's everybody thinking that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, but poof. This is like groundbreaking science, mathematics, geometry. Proof. Imagine that. Geometric proof of dogmatic globe, or I don't know, could you take it out of the dogmatic globe and place it in the real globe? They've got the tools already.
What I was going to do is show them, is just do a spot, you know, like 20 miles, just to show them the absurdity of the claims that they've already made, much less any new claims. I was just going to show them
500 meters? What are you worrying about 20 miles for? 500 meters, right?
Well, because that's the video that I've seen Blue
Think
Mark
when we did it, when we did the realizing Euclid test, right? The water level total was 600 meters, like 400 meter water level. Think about this. There was a tilt, apparently.
I get it.
You could measure that. You could measure that with a theodolite.
Easy to measure, man. That's that's a crazy claim. But no,
Blue Marble. Don't say it's crazy. Blue Marble's done it. It might be nonsense, right? Don't say it's crazy. Blue Marble has nonsense hypothesis, but it's a claim.
They think that
Blue Marble's made the claim here tonight. I feel honored.
The more accurate it is, though, Bev. You hear me? They think that the further you go, the more accurate their measurements are.
Yeah, but you don't need to. You don't need to go that far. If you can do it over 500 meters, why are you going 20 miles? You've got to measure the 500, the 200 miles or 20 miles to make sure that you're accurate. With 500 meters, you can do that. That's dead easy, right? You could be accurate as fuck over that.
Yeah, but I'd get a better laugh. The further I go, the bigger of a laugh I'd get out of it.
What? Hey, this is for money. And now I haven't got a theodolite. But, I mean, how much money do you reckon you could make out of it? Because if you could make money, then it might be worth buying one. Might be worth us doing a GoFundMe. Or Blue Marble, let's Blue Marble do it. Right? He needs to get himself as a shadow giant. Can't take his fame. He's the one that's claimed it. We don't want to be rushing in there and taking all of his... Let's give him a chance to do it first. Yeah, that was a bit... Sorry, Blue. Go on, you go first. And then what we'll do is we'll do the scientific thing. We can then check it once you've done it to verify your results. That's fair enough, isn't it? In science, right? It's only fair to let the guy that you don't want people jumping in on that.
Where Blue went wrong, he should, if he'd have waited a little bit longer before he made that reciprocal zenith angle video with Larry, then he would have probably not.
Road trip?
He would have probably not did it because he realized afterwards when all the spherical excess claims came about that when they're building these towers and doing these long distance shots, they're not for the vertical. They're not vertical.
Are you walking around again? He's walking around.
And even them have refraction, even side to side. He'd already made, so he's stuck with it, right? But them long distance shots they're doing aren't on the vertical datum And I mean, I just took the video down if it were me. Once I realized that.
Who would you be on this trip? Would you be Jesse or Larry?
No.
Go on, Blue. Blue wants to go on a road trip with you. I don't know what's up with Larry. Are you not friends with Larry anymore? Blue. You want to get Brian on it? Wouldn't you need two then? I thought Larry's got all of this stuff. You've not got a Theodolite, have you, Brian?
No, I don't.
No, and unless you've got one, Blue, you're going to need Larry. I mean, still, you could take Brian along with you. Brian, you could go and supervise, right?
Oh, yeah.
If Blue and Larry are doing this historic fight, it's only 500 meters. You just need to get together, lad.
We could do that.
You could film that live. That'd be well worth filming live.
We don't even got to travel, man. We could do a video chat. That distance. We could, what do you call it, man? We could Snapchat.
Yeah, you could get the reciprocal, right? You could be in the middle. You could be in the middle of Blue and Larry, talking to them both in a Discord. You could do it live on your Discord, Blue.
Bev, let me ask you an interesting question, man. It's not on the spot, but it is kind of picking your brain a little bit, man. But I'm just very super curious, man. Like I don't think this is like going past the line. I don't think I'm crossing the line with this question. If you could give me an opinion, if you knew that I was very good at measuring just level over short distances, and what measurement do you think I would get if I went to LIGO like after hours and I shot the beginning and the middle and the end? I compared it. I shot it next to a ditch. Let's just say hypothetically the ditch is all water, all connected.
What do you mean shot it?
Leveled it. If I checked it.
Differential leveling.
Yeah, no. If I just compare, I was just gonna do a swivel laser and compare it to the little ditch next to it, the little canal ditch, whatever you want to call it. So, like, it's kind of hypothetical, but I'm just curious. I'll tell you my answer to that. What I think is, if they had that thing working, then I think that if I did a shot at the beginning, middle, and end of one of the arms, that I will get either level with the water or a level transition. That's my answer to that. I'm just curious to what do you think? How do you think
I don't know. I don't know how you'd manage to relate them, because I know that ditch, they've closed the ditch up now. They can't have that around.
I got a swivel laser.
Can't have a canal.
I haven't explained the whole thing though. But I just got a pivot laser. I was just going to bring the cheap one. I mean, I was going to bring everything I had, but I was just going to real quick set up the little.
There is armed guards over there, right?
On the other side of the ditch, right? And just put a tape measure right in front of it on the water. So I'd only need one guy.
I don't think the water's there. It's gone. Like yeah. What? Allow for the fact that you get there that there's no water. What do you do?
I'd have to dig. I'd dig 3 spots, let it settle out for a day.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen either, would it?
Yeah, in Louisiana? Shit, yeah, man. I used to live not even 20
No,
miles
I mean,
like
the fact that you just walk into LIGO, dig a few holes, wait a day, come back.
I would never even cross that ditch. Everything I'm doing is on the other side, and it'd be quiet. I wouldn't bother nobody. I just do it and take pictures and leave. I'm not even sure they're operational right now, but I wouldn't go on their. It's probably all their property, but I wouldn't go on their premise. All I need to do is.
I wouldn't advise it either. No.
All I need to do is have just a straight line of sight.
What would you be doing though?
Comparing the water to the foundation. because they're
But
showing me them plans and shit, and they're freaking after the fact. They're showing these post plans basically, and and I'm calling bullshit on what they're trying to sell. They're trying to sell that
who's trying to sell
that
it?
it's curved. They're trying to sell that the foundation that the tube sits on is curved.
Who?
Compare blue fucking Wally. All what do you mean who?
Well,
I
all
mean
right.
all
So
them guys.
yeah, again, Blue Marble Science, the guy that seems obsessed with straight lines, and like he's just said, he knows how to falsify the perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical over 500 meters. He's offered to take you on a trip to show you how he can falsify vertical and horizontal being perpendicular over 500 meters. Now, I don't live over there in America, but I mean, wouldn't that end it for you?
Well, that's why I brought this up, because the best thing I could come up with. I mean, I'll hear him out, and I'm game. Okay, if he wants to direct message me, DM me. He's
He
got
says you're
capability
afraid.
in Discord.
You're
Well,
not
I'm definitely
afraid of
not
Blue, are you?
Nah, man. But to
No,
me,
he's
the
not
best I
afraid
can
of
come
you,
up
Blue.
with, we can put this whole thing to bed, but just by testing their claim that foundation is going to be curved compared to water. I'm calling bullshit on that. I think the best thing. We have a thing that's supposed to be the straightest thing in the universe. According to them, I don't think I could build anything better, but I'm calling bullshit that it's curved compared to the water. If it was, I don't believe it would have worked. And I think this is the best thing we could do. Is just all it takes is 3 shots, but we would need continuous water. And if there wasn't any, then I'd have to dig 3 holes and let it settle out for
Just get
a
500.
well.
I go with Blue. 500 meters. Is it 2 theodolites? Are you pointing theodolites at theodolites, Blue, or is it done? Can it be done with 1? It might be a reciprocal thingy job. Reciprocal angle measurement.
It would have to be.
And that'd be all right. Two T2 T3s, 500 meters, 2 men. Bish bash bosh. You've done it.
If he 500 meters, why did they do it over 30 miles?
Hey, Blue's refined it, obviously, since they've done a Jesse Kozlowski and left. Blue's decided to refine it. He's obviously been working hard at this. I don't know where everyone else is gone and why he's asking you to do it, but
he's got false confidence in this equipment. I mean, like I said, even if
Charles would do it, wouldn't it? Blue Marble Science and Flat Earth Math. What a perfect combination.
If he presents me with something, an idea, I'll do it with him. But he's not thinking, because even if the equipment has the fine tuning to even measure fine, you're not going to be able to verify that small of a measurement. Even if it's capable of fine tuning that small, you're going to have 10 clicks to choose from, or 8 clicks.
He wants you there, though. I mean, 16 arc seconds. If you've got a 1 arc second accuracy, then, you've got a error range within 16 arc seconds. I mean, perpendicular is perpendicular. Anything that isn't perpendicular disproves perpendicular, and you've just got to measure it, reciprocate it, and you've got it.
That'd be 38 millimeters.
500 meters, Blue. He keeps doing this. He's done 11 miles. No, Blue. 500 meters is your claim. Why? You don't need to go to 11 miles. 16 arc seconds over 500 meters. I don't understand why they keep changing it.
Changed it already from what you call it to 16 arc seconds. Like, even still, I'm calling bullshit. Yeah, Blue, if you're
I
listening
think that's
and
why he
you
wants
really
you there
want
to,
to do
yeah.
something, I'll certainly do it. I'll certainly witness it and help out any way I can.
Yep, Brian, you've got Brian there to video it and verify it, Blue. Nice of you to offer. This it's good friendship, isn't it? Like you've got Blue Marble Science and you, Flat Earth Tests. Hey, we've finally found a way to come together.
Yep.
You
I'll
could
put some money on it.
make
I'll
it history.
help out, and I will verify it, and I will record it, and I'll hopefully win some money.
There you go. He's just, yeah. He's not talking to me. He's only talking to you, Bright. But you two can set it up. And that sounds amazing. I'd love to be in on that. If you want to get a GoFundMe together, and we'll make sure that you've both got, is it the T3? We could hire it. So you have to sort somewhere out in between. You could both meet up. It's only 500 meters, right? There's got to be somewhere where you could both meet up.
Jesse
Straight
Gordon
line,
said
500 meters.
Jesse Gordon invited us, man. He said he would host us for a couple days. He put us up for a couple days.
We like getting a gang together. Tim Osman, George Nossack, and what's his face? Was it Larry or Jesse? And now you've got Brian, Blue, and who else could you bring in? Larry. May as well let Larry in on it. Hey, Blue. Like
Rumpus.
three amigos back together again.
We'll fly Rumpus over.
No, Rumpus is prepping for his test, isn't he? You don't want to interrupt on that. This is going to be good. Because once you guys have done it, then we can try it anywhere. I think it's a new
comedy. This is first class comedy.
Well, you've got Jaron and Nathan Oakley arguing with each other, and we've got Flat Earth Tests and Blue Marble Science getting together to do surveying tests, geometric. That's perfect. I'm glad to be able to facilitate these sort of things. And I know Blue Marbles has his thing, but I mean, I feel proud.
Didn't Euclid and all these guys already do this shit though? I mean, we're like centuries late.
This is modern science. This is Blue Marble Science. Blue's doing this. This is groundbreaking stuff. I bet you thought vertical and horizontal were perpendicular, didn't you? It's lasted quite a while. People have not seen the non-perpendicularity of perpendiculars. It was sniffed at by Flat Earth Math, hinted at by Beddy, refined by Flat Earth Math, and now soon to be proved by Flat Earth Tests and Blue Marble Science. It's like, you know, when Einstein did a prediction and somebody went out and did the field tests. It's like that. Flat Earth Math and his vertical's not perpendicular to horizontal, but horizontal is guaranteed to be perpendicular to vertical. I think that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be able to falsify that vertical's not perpendicular to horizontal. That's what Blue's offering you a chance to do. I'm happy to sit aside and watch this one occur. I'd like to thank Beddy for bringing the perpendicular argument. I'd also think it's worthwhile to note that Flat Earth Charles helped tremendously by severing the link between the if and the then. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. And now, the field tests. The proof. Ever. Can you imagine being proud of that? First ever proof of the equipotential angle of adjustment, I believe it's called. 16 arc seconds over 500 meters. Blue marble stated. Equipotential angle of adjustment. I'll get a thing, I'll show you where it... there you go. So yeah, that's what you're going to be going and measuring. It's a bit, you know, over exaggerated. Shout out, Jero. First ever active measurement of the equipotential angle of adjustment. Can we just confirm, Blue, was your maths good enough? Is 16 arc seconds over 500 meters accurate? Sounds might be a little... What? Blue, thank you very much. Mike Jones super chat is lol, Blue doesn't think I have enough money to pay him $100 to use a Theodolite to try to see someone 11 miles away from him. Wow, 11 miles. He's going for the 500 meters. 16 arc seconds at 500 meters. And it's like it's available to all then, Mike. I don't know what the hiring of these tools for a day is, but all you'd need is 2 tools, really, if you're doing reciprocal ones. Obviously, Blue Marble Not Science knows how to use them. Wouldn't need any training or anything. You just get the tools, hire them out, 2 of them, 500 meters. That's all you need. 16 arc seconds, apparently. Somebody else will have to do the maths just to make sure. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much, Blue. Like I say, I've got to let Blue Marble Science go first, and thank you very much. 2, J-Ro? Is that just because you're following on? Or is it because the equipotential angle of adjustment is just in too many numbers? Thank you very much, J-Ro. Thank you very much, Blue. I think that it sounds like everybody's really keen to be able to see the Blue Marble Science. And Brian, thank you very much, Alice. We did the reciprocal rumpus pole sightings, which is one of the arguments, one of the 5 arguments to call it a... It is going to be part of the 5... I don't even know what to call them yet. 5 arguments. I don't know what Flag's talking about. Is that Timothy? Timothy changed his name. If you want to come in and hype this up, Blue, because it's been a while since, people have come together. It's a conglomeration, isn't it? Is that what it's called? You want to be helping out each other. I think it's great after what Nathan Oakley and Jaren have been doing. It's good to see that we can facilitate both sides to come together. That's what we're here for. Call us a neutral platform, or just people that just don't give a shit about the Earth, shape of it, or anything. Don't really care. I like the logic, the talking, communicating. I think what everybody's after at the minute is to be able to cast their shadows, something to be remembered by. I mean, this flat Earth thing isn't going to last forever. And, at least you could go down in the history books as being the first guys to measure the tilting plumbobs. I like the idea of the non-perpendicularity.
I think it's retarded. Tilting fucking plumbobs.
I think I can remember hearing you say that once. I think it was either on Ranty's or Brandon's. I think you told somebody to stick the plumbobs at 45 degrees. It was quite funny.
45 degrees. Yeah, 6,000 mile test. I'll gear up, man. I'll put on my spacesuit. Why do they? I don't get it, man. Like they think that they must think we live on a cylinder, because just simple observation, they can go out and see horizons. They think it's a coincidence that it has nothing to do with horizontal. It's just, like, God, the things you got to tell yourself to I don't know, man. It's like they must think we live on a cylinder. So no matter, but like a 4-dimensional cylinder. So whatever direction you're looking is the direction of whatever direction you're looking is the direction of the tilting plumb bob. But side to side, it's horizontal. So the horizon's always horizontal. So no tilt there, right? No tilting plumb bobs side to side. But whatever direction you're looking, that would mean it would have to be a cylinder, like a 4-dimensional cylinder that they're trying to measure, maybe, like in their own minds, if they're being honest with themselves.
I can't even imagine what a 4-dimensional cylinder is. I know what a cylinder is, and I know it's 3-dimensional. I can't even imagine.
It's like this. Whatever, it's a cylinder that whatever, or the orthogonal, or let's say the horizon or the orthogonal view, no matter which way you turn, is the horizontal part. So that's why, I mean, for lack of better terms, I just said 4-dimensional, because I don't know what else to call it. Because any horizon they look at, they're going to see as horizontal. They're going to measure as horizontal. But then they think they can measure tilt and plumb bobs straight away. So that must mean that any direction they face, straight away, they can measure tilt and plumb bobs, even though when they get orthogonal to that same measurement, it's going to measure horizontal with the horizon. So yeah, I'm brain farting myself, mind fucking myself. But I just called it 4D cylinder for lack of better terms.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what 4-dimensional cylinders are. And what we've been doing, we've been going over old Plato, Socrates things, and it's quite eye-opening, really, to learn some of the arguments and some of the discussions within those plays are more relevant to today's situations than you would have thought. And most of these sort of arguments and trying to make sense of things pretty relevant. So if you want to come on into the Discord, please do. The conversations are much better in the Discord, and some of the stuff we've got, it really needs to be gone over within this within Discord, and it's a lot friendlier. There's no combativeness. Just, you know, I wish people like Blue Marble could come over. Thank you very much, gods.
If that's what they want, though, it is Free for All Friday. Like, we can get a little provocative today of any day, but so, which raises the question: who did you whose side, like, whether you agreed with either one of them completely or neither one of them at all, whose argument would you take out of Jaron and Nathan's?
I don't think that they had arguments.
Nathan
was telling us about science, about boiling water, right? But Nathan's never measured the temperature of boiling water.
Yeah.
Right? So he's just going off what people have said. Jaron's just going off what he's heard, and he's heard people say that modern science doesn't prove anything. I've heard it said too. So they never actually got to the discussion of what they wanted to get to the discussion of, which is really, why is Nathan doing what Nathan's doing? For what cause? Like Jaron was saying, isn't everybody after for the truth? So why are they arguing with each other, calling each other names? That's not going to help anyone.
I think of it like this. Like back when it was like the hypothesis was like water. The examples was water boils 212 degrees Fahrenheit at 1 atmosphere, and such. Like that to me would be a claim. And but like when they denied that and narrowed it down to just heat cause water to boil, like do we need science to fucking say heat causes water to boil? Like that's for goddamn ridiculous. And vitamin C, scurvy, like we literally named scurvy of how we getting sick, of how we define vitamin C. Like, I mean, is that science? Like, it's, I don't know, man. But I mean, if you want to get technical, then the scientific method proves the hypothesis, but I mean, almost by vocabulary. I mean, I don't know, man. And then the only other example was the knowledge of which path collapses the wave function. Like, I thought the wave function was mathematics. Like, so, I mean, it's not a wave. It's so important for us to know that the wave function is not a wave. It's just math. So are you telling me that knowledge of which path collapses math? Like, what the fuck? So I don't know, man. I'm still, it's coin toss. I'm up in the air, man.
Up in the air about what? The discussion about how it's, I mean, I'm not bothered, right? I've been never really been in this arena. I've been in it to have conversations with people, and I've had quite a lot of interesting conversations. I've learned loads. I have my proofs gained. I've done tests that nobody else has done. No one, literally no one has ever needed to do the tests that we've done. But we've done them anyway. And I'm happy for what we've done. And I'm happy that we can also do many more of them easily within the Discord, because it's a brilliant thing. I'm not after anything, you know, from this arena at all. I'm not trying to prove anything to either the Globers or the Flat Earthers. I know what I know already. I'm fine with that. But what I'm interested in is this arena, right? I see it dying because the Flat Earthers, they're arguing with each other. All I see as well, I see the globe guys, the dogmatic globe guys, apart from Blue Marble Science with this test he wants to do with you. They've got nothing. They've got no argument. They've got no proof. They've got nothing.
It's spread way past YouTube, bro. Yeah, it's spread way beyond YouTube. Like, there's no stopping the momentum. All they could do is slow it down. You might go down in history as
Uh-oh.
Breaking.
And I actually bringing it down to its roots, man. You never know, man. But like I put a video up on TikTok.
I'll never get. Saying it's not flat doesn't help anyone, because everybody knows it's not flat.
Like I don't even have any followers. Hardly, like maybe 60 followers from the few videos I put up. I get 1,000 views in 5 minutes. Like, I put up videos on YouTube. I've been doing this shit for going on 4 years and putting up all kinds of videos. And I only got a couple of them with like 5,000 views or something like that, or 1,000 views. Like, it's spreading, man. Like, it's. But if it came down to that, like, you were the only one who's brought it down to its roots. Brought if there is an argument to be had, that's all you've ever discussed. Whether you want to get involved in the shape of the world or not, you have literally stuck to the fundamentals, man. I've always liked that. I've always appreciated that, admired that to a certain extent. And whether you get involved in the drama and all that shit, you still get tangled up. You're gonna get tangled up in it. Even if you try and avoid it, but
I've still got to have conversations with a load of people, but it's not flat, right? So how much it's spreading, whatever you imagine is spreading, it's not flat. So that would be to push something that isn't a true statement. I can't see why confusion and contradiction would be spreading. That, to me, isn't a good thing.
Well, I'm not going to try and tell you. The ballers have told you 7 ways from Sunday. You claim levels horizontal, then you're on a team whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I claim it's not flat. Right? And they say that proves it is flat. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. That shows you how contradictory it is.
Well, but anti-flat Earth, everybody knows it's not flat, and everybody knows
I got called an
horizontal.
anti-flat earther this morning, Brian. Arwin.
Right.
Arwin called me an anti-flat earther. He kicked me out.
That's bullshit.
He kicked me out for asking him about arguments. It was offensive to him. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people can't talk about these things.
Everybody knows the Earth isn't flat. Everybody knows level is horizontal. It's the anti-flat earthers who call us or you or whoever a flat earther for claiming level's horizontal, but everybody knows that level's horizontal.
You can't call Arwin an anti-flat earther. He was the one that was calling me an anti-flat earther. It doesn't work. If he calls it first, you can't call it back again.
I can't believe he kicked you out. Like, he literally booted you.
Yeah, he boots all loads of people. But, yeah, I was trying to work out what was going on with Jaron and Nathan Oakley. Because, to me, I'm fascinated by it. There's obviously some sort of drama, and I can't see what Nathan gains out of it. And then you go and try and ask Arwin, and Arwin has a hissy fit and kicks you as well.
Wow. Well, hey, do you want me to post it? But no, I can tell you what led up to it too, man. I mean, it's going on like I could give you both sides of it. You know, I think you got a decent idea, but I think Jaron was just claiming like I don't think he was even thinking about FED or any of their claims. Just like when you got tangled up in it, like I don't think Buster was thinking about flat Earth debates when he put in the song that you could do fuck all with an angle, but it just so happened to conflict with one of their arguments, you know. And so when Jaron said that he don't think that men can prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt, like, you know, he's like the scientific method is the best we got, but proving something, he said that's only in math, you know, proving something with 100% certainty. And I don't think he was even talking about FED, but once again, I think he got tangled up in there, and he's, you know, and then Nathan made some videos trying to correct him, and he put his face on thumbnails and shit, and that aggravated Jaron. So Jaron accused him of you know trying to raise his views and shit because he looked at the numbers and he was getting like 4 times as many views as when he was talking about Jaron or even you and Austin. And Jaron said that he at this point he thinks Nathan's causing a drama internally because, and Jaron says that he used to love the Flat Earth debate show back in the day when they debated, but he said the way Nathan treats the Globers, why would they want to come in there? And Nathan's just sticking to his argument that the hypothesis, either you're going to prove either the null or it's kind of a cross communication, man, to be honest, but with the drama, with a lot of drama in between. But I don't think Jaron's arguing that you're going to prove or disprove the null, but like going beyond that and making discoveries further down the road. So he thinks that Nathan's behaviors, the way he treated Austin, Bob, and now him, and you, everybody else, you know, it's just is bullshit. And
Well,
Nathan's
like
Nathan.
I say, Nathan's got to do what Nathan's got to do, you know, like if he is trying to get more views or whatever, then brilliant. Like Nathan has his way of doing it. But would he not get more views if he was on the side of Dave Weiss and Jaron, at least? Like, could he not have
sadly enough,
a good debate, like where he got more viewers and members? Would that not be better for him?
Like I said, I listened to Neil bitching about the show and when it got stagnant and nobody's doing nothing and they need to be out and doing stuff. And then Austin came in there, you know, with a decent idea, whether you believe it or not. You know, he was invited in there with an idea, and he gave an idea of a convention, different than mainstream that would and he got berated, and I was thinking Neil was the first one to jump on his ass, and I'm like, this young man at the time's going around the country and doing everything Neil's jumping on the panel for what they should be doing, and why ain't they doing it? I'm like, we got a young man out doing for it and fighting for his freedom of speech and going to court and voice and everything, and he's berating this young man, dude, and they're calling him stupid. He's obviously not stupid, man. That kind of pissed me off. I went in there to try and settle things down, and next thing you know, I'm married to the idea, and I watched him do it, you know, treat you like shit, and dude, and I'm watching his show dwindle, dude. His show used to be awesome, dude. It was an awesome show back in the day, man. But like now, it's not a debate show, man. And they're so stubborn.
Jared was right about that, right? The fact that Nathan's changed what Nathan does. It's called the Flat Earth debate, but there just isn't a debate. There never has been a debate. He's never queued anybody up for a debate. And I think that's what Jaron was saying.
Yeah, when he treated ballers that were already unpleasant, like it was fun to watch, you know. I mean, even still, I'd like to hear their point, but by the end of the show, which I didn't always agree with, still, like, he was only doing it to, like, Brenda and Zanuck and these jerks. They're jerks anyway. And but now he's doing it to his own people and stuff. And it's like, dude, if you shit where you eat every day, then, man, you're gonna stink up the place. I mean, shit's dwindling down. He can't be fucking that.
Right,
he
look,
seems like a fairly smart
you've
guy,
been in
man.
this for a bit, right? A lot of people, everybody's listening probably now, have been in this for quite a while. And this is the problem. You begin to think that everybody is somebody to argue with. Well, sometimes they're not. Like, everybody, especially in reality, you can't go around thinking that they're ballers or whatever, these trolls. That's what I think is going on. People have lost the ability to talk to each other about normal things. Like, there should have been no need for Nathan to try and explain how to boil water to Jaren. I mean, that's treating as the Jaren as though he's stupid. But Jaren's also a bit silly for trying to combat it. But Nathan shouldn't have started that. I didn't see how the beginning started, but it was obvious that they were arguing with each other, and they shouldn't have been. There's no need for it.
Well, it goes past Nathan too. Like, once it starts, like, with Austin and Nathan, then it goes to, like, some of the fans, like some of the panel and maybe some of their fans who and provoking shit, like attacking some. You know how it goes. But here's the thing. This is where I'll give you credit, Bev. I'll give you credit on this. Like, if you're gonna be certain of anything, like if you're gonna hold so certain to your arguments, then at least keep them fundamental. That's why I've said it before. Like, you stick to the arguments that are provable. They're actual arguments. They're fundamental. They get boring sometimes, man. I mean, you don't let it get very boring, especially with Buster and with George. I mean, with the panel you have, it's hard to get completely boring, But
Dude,
it is fundamental.
Brian, we're done with that. That was to expose and let everybody see. Now, if people saw what we were doing, brilliant. If you didn't see what we were doing, you've missed it. There's no point in us doing it again.
That blew my mind when Nathan argued against that. Like all you're doing is making a claim. You're not being ambiguous. You're flat out saying that you can do fuck all with an angle. Period. With just an angle. And I watched you go on a show, and you never even was able to get out that one point that you can do fuck all with just an angle. Like, I listened to you try to say it like about 10 times and never even was able to get out one fucking point. And we all knew what you meant, though. And I couldn't believe Nathan was arguing against a fundamental fact.
Just the same as Jaren was arguing against Nathan. There was no difference, right? And that's because people want to argue. They've put people on other sides. And Jaren's done it to Nathan just as Nathan did it to me. Nobody can be blamed for any of these things. And there's no need for people to stop talking. It's crazy.
I can appreciate everybody's arguments as long as they line up with reality, as long as they're possible, And but when you start arguing against fundamentals and shit, it's I don't know. I'll maybe stay out of it or just give you my viewpoint. But I'll hear anybody out, man. Anything that goes against the grain, I think that the mainstream's got too comfortable, man, with saying what's what. They're telling us what our reality is. No, you're not there to tell me what my reality is. We discovered over the last 6 years that you can't. I live in my own reality. And for them to tell me anything is proven with all these fairy tale stories of light years and all these stars, I'm not with it, man. So that's what I think the movement stands for.
I don't listen to fairy tales.
I know you don't.
That's why I stick to
You
reality.
don't even do that. Yeah, I don't blame you, man.
I don't watch any news, so I don't need to take any of that stuff in. I don't need to watch any programs. I feel quite privileged to be able to just. People say like you sit in Discord all day. Well, keeps me away from watching any telly or anything. I don't need to listen to bullshit. I just listen to people being honest in the Discord. So if anybody wants to come in and have a chat, pop on in. Come on in.
Like I said, before they do, you could dip your toes in the water a little bit. Like, this ain't pinning you down. This is just like if I were to go and compare the height of the water to the foundation that the LIGO tube sits on in 3 places, beginning, middle, and end. How do you think it's going to compare to the water?
The tube, right? The concrete slab is horizontal. Yeah. The plane that LIGO lies in is horizontal. It's a straight line. Plane. Yeah. Both arms.
So that means it could technically be tilted. Or do you think
horizontal
it's
tilted?
Do
you think you could have technically a horizontal tilt?
Yeah. Let me retract that real quick before you go much further. Yeah. So I would agree. I think when I get there, I don't know though. To me, it's probably that, but to me, they could have probably still got it to work, but I don't know how. But if it was a consistent transition, like even if it sloped, as long as it's still a straight line, but maybe that might bring in that might start bringing double tangents into play. But I don't believe in that in the double tangents shit. But I believe as long as they have a straight line from beginning to end on both tubes, so that'd be easy to. With 3 measurements, to me, that'd be easy to verify, man. That'd be the best test we could do, and I'm not that far from there, man.
There you go. There's your twin tangents. I think they were saying a bit earlier there's a 4-meter drop. I think they were saying it goes from one end, like, to the middle, dropping about a foot, and then it goes from the middle to the other end, dropping another 3 foot. But you'll have to check with the guys. I mean, I think it's fucking ridiculous. They must have read something wrong. But Blue Marble Science, Stefan Mudd, FE Dogma, yeah, they were all saying that sort of stupid shit this week. FE Dogma. But Blue Marble Science is the guy that's going to measure it. How far away are you from LIGO? That'd be cool if you could do a 500-meter thing at LIGO with Blue.
It's about a 7-hour drive, man. But I used to live
that's a bit
right.
Much,
like I said,
you can't expect a man of Blue's age to be driving 7 hours.
Oh, I don't know how it is for him. I'm talking about for me, but I've made that drive so many times, man. Like I said, I used to live on the West Bank and not far from Covington. I went to school there, in fact, for a couple years. I've made that drive. Shit.
Don't let Blue forget about this, Bright. This could be your thing into the history books.
Yeah, I know.
I'd be getting all your best gear sorted and everything. You'd want a top hat. You're going to have to get yourself a top hat and a nice suit.
Whoever does it, man, to me, is going to prove one way or another what the hell. Well, it's going to prove what LIGO is, but if it's what they're claiming, which I'm pretty safe to say I'm calling bullshit on what they're claiming. But I'm going to say this. To me, it's the best thing we could do. It wouldn't be hard, and it would damn sure hold weight. I mean, if it matched up level with the water. But right when I told Blue that, next discussion we had, he came to me and like I guess maybe 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks actually, and showed me they dammed it off. Like they literally hauled in some concrete to dump in one spot in the ditch. Like Like, what the F, dude? I mean, I'm not trying to give myself importance, but right when the discussion started, when we started getting people involved and talking about doing it in different discords, next thing you know, Blue shows me that they hauled in a load of concrete blocks and dumped them in the middle. But as long as that water's continuous, that you could dump 1,000,000 concrete blocks in there. You know, after a while, it'd fill in, but it'd take a while. If the
No,
water...
they'll cut it all off. You may as well forget about water. Concentrate on the arms, like they're straight and in a plane. So what do you need to do? Can you measure straight?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't even need the damn water, actually.
No.
But it'd make it so easy, though, Bev. You know what I'm saying? It'd make it so easy if I just
I mean,
had a little stretch
is there
of
a
water.
slope or is there no slope?
It doesn't, even if there is a slope, if it's a transition, it's still going to kill.
So you're saying even if there is a slope?
Yeah, so in other words, if it's earth curve, let's just say I measure 4 foot at the beginning, and I measure 8 foot at the end. If it's 6 foot in the middle, they're out of gas. That's a steady transition. That's not going to work on a globe.
All right, yeah, the quadratic. Right, the quadratic's got to work both ways, hasn't it? It's got to be reciprocated. Of course.
We turn it on. So we flip this
about
on
the geometry of the thing. Sorry, the dogmometry, the imaginometry. The imaginometry is that ridiculous that nobody's even thought about it. Imagine that. Imagine the fact that somebody's so into or been so trained to not see contradictions that they can't even see what it is that they're asking themselves to look at. And that is the quadratic formula.
That's like that's with the parallel postulate, right?
No, it's more like the aporia canal. Well, and the reciprocal zenith angles thing. You're not looking behind you. You're focused on something that's in front, not looking that the reciprocated. It has to work both ways.
Didn't they were measuring the angles behind them? I mean, weren't they? Wasn't the blue marble scientists like trying to relate it to the angles behind the quadratic?
What the well, I don't know. You'll have to ask Blue. When you get Blue, what do you reckon? I'm thinking it'd be much more fun to have Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy, and Brian Lakey. Imagine that. Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy, and Flat Earth Tests, Brian Lakey. 3 amigos.
They're going to say, we're going to go out there, it's going to measure 1/r², fucking, obviously. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
That'd be brilliant, because you could get Bob weighing stuff as well. He's good at doing that.
Yeah, he could weigh it. He could weigh it.
He could get a sextant as well. He could measure some angles with a sextant while he's out there.
He can give us some angled shots too, you know. He can set up just in the background and tilt his auto level, give us some lateral measurements, I guess. But everybody knows levels horizontal, right? I'm not going out on a limb saying that, like on a day-to-day basis, like out in reality.
Yeah, obviously locally.
99 out of 100, everybody knows levels horizontal, right?
Yeah, locally. Like locally, everywhere locally.
Within a construction site. A stadium.
Yeah, but you could put construction sites next to each other, right? Or anywhere locally next to anywhere. I mean, everywhere's local.
Well, not if we have reciprocal construction sites, though.
Locally. I mean, what does that mean, locally? Just means like everywhere, doesn't it?
It's weird to think, though, man, that everybody knows that the Earth ain't flat. Like you ask 99 million out of whatever, everybody knows the Earth ain't flat, and everybody knows that level is horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just everybody knows that.
Nobody
You
wants to
pointed
hear.
that out, man.
Nobody wants to hear a proof that the Earth's not flat, do they?
You pointed that out, and so I think I need to start paying more attention to just just to general knowledge, right? Common knowledge. Everybody knows that, and for them to say that it's crazy, that we're crazy for thinking level's horizontal. That's them going out on a limb. Everybody knows horizontal's level. I don't know. I like the way that you put it so simply, man. Simply brilliant, man. Got to give you props, man. When you deserve it. To me.
I'm telling you, it's the new flat Earth. Knowing that it's not flat, to be able to prove that the Earth's not flat, is the new flat Earth. 2023. Tis globe.
Do you know anything about the Panama Canal lock? Like I heard there's like a big jump, like I think it's a little stretch between the Atlantic and Pacific down in Central America.
I think we've
And
got
I
some
think
gifts.
it's like a 20-meter. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's like a big jump. Like the Atlantic Ocean's like way different than the Pacific, man. That's tough
Not,
one
not by elevation profile, I don't think. I don't think there's any difference, actually.
Maybe it was 20 feet that I heard, but I mean, I could be wrong. It might have been 20 inches or nothing. I don't know if you'd heard about that. I haven't looked into it a lot.
Not by elevation profile, I've not seen a difference. But I mean, I've never heard anybody claim anything, really. I mean, it's quite hard to have a look at the elevation profile of a canal. I would imagine it's pretty distressing for quite a lot of people. Because, I mean, it's one of those things that it just is, it's a that. But it upsets people. Goes against the paracosm. So we don't like to canal post too often. It offends a lot of people. I hope has anyone heard from Charles? Is he all right? Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, I think it was been probably about a week I heard from him.
Yeah, he had a bit of a meltdown midweek, and then he seems to have gone a bit quiet. I don't know. He separated perpendiculars, which I think is got to be like a serious mental break.
It wouldn't be a free-for-all Friday, though, man, if Charles didn't, he's probably just now wrapping up. If he didn't join the last session of the free-for-all Friday that Brian Leakey joined, it wouldn't be the same. So, yeah, come on in, Charles. We'll shoot the shit. We'll wrap it up, man.
Yeah, if you want to come in, Charles, if you want to make yourself feel a bit better, we'll keep out the way. You can have a chat with Brian. He's doing a thing. You might feel a bit. I mean, what do you reckon to Charles? Do you want to invite Charles?
Yeah, because he can tell us what the middle measurement would be if it is a slope. Like I can give him a hypothetical. He's quick with the math. Like if it's 4 foot elevation, just hypothetically at the beginning, and like 8.5 foot at the end, he can give me a pretty good idea of what it should be in the middle, if in his worldview.
Yeah, you need to.
So
You need to have a mathematician. You have to check that that's all right with Blue, because you know how they get. You've got to make sure that they're all compatible with each other. These. Well, I don't know. Would you class him as the flat Earth with you?
I don't. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. He definitely doesn't always agree eye to eye. Certainly not with Rumpus. So I wouldn't completely throw him in the anti-flat Earth category. I'd put him, maybe skirting the edges of it. But so that's why I try and watch out when he's being vague. When any of them are being vague, man, I get suspicious. So I feel like they're being vague with each other, so they don't have to hold each other accountable. Because Rumpus he'll pin you down. If he don't agree with you, he'll pin you down because he's always right. So even Charles has to be careful what he claims with, if he plans on being part of the gang. But I believe probably Charles before I believe Rumpus, to be honest with you, if I had to pick out of the two.
Charles is there. He could check, couldn't he? He could check that vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal. That could be his job.
He agreed we couldn't measure reciprocal zenith angles with it's too small to measure. I thought I heard him say that. Maybe if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I thought I heard him agree that it's such a small angle that there's no way we could measure it. I would agree with
Over
that.
500 meters, though. I mean, that was before Blue Marble Science verified it tonight. That he's checked the equipment, and that measures to 1 arc second over 500 meters. And the amount that you're looking for is 16 arc seconds, so easily measurable. 500 meters. Okay, it's dead easy. Blue Marble Science. He's helped you out, and I think everybody should be clamoring at, verifying this now. And it's a pity that not many people are watching us. Might be because Nathan Oakley didn't want anyone to watch. Because he made that video telling everybody not to watch. So that's what flat Earth math could be out there for. He'll be trying to disprove Euclidean geometry, proving that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular, as thought by everyone. You could be there, historic. Measure it.
I'm looking for a top hat, man, already, man. That was a great idea, man. And a smoking jacket.
If you've got the biggest top hat, that means you're the guy in charge. So it should be a competition now between you, Blue, Bob, and Flat Earth Charles. Who can get the biggest hat to be in charge? Because obviously Blue's using the Theodolite, and Bob, he knows how to use an auto level, doesn't he? Well, he's got a telescope. He knows how to use the telescope.
He come in and posted a picture, dude, with crooked ass with crooked crosshairs, man. Like lined it up and just trying to prove a drop over half a mile over a lake with crooked crosshairs. Oh my god, dude, that was so classic. You can get your crosshairs crooked with a new auto level.
I'm just still sad. Still sad that we never got to see the auto level lit up.
Yeah.
Always wanted to see that.
Full glory from across the lake in his back garden.
Like a little Christmas tree.
Flashing pattern lights on your tripod.
So he had 4 inches in the middle, which already was too much if you think about it. And then, but if you wiggled off to the right a little bit, it was level. And if you wiggled off to the left, you had like 8 inches in half a mile. Just depends on where you're at according to them crosshairs. They're lateral. Okay. Every time I think of his picture, I think of the line that crosses the parallel line, or I think of the like not equal to sign, like the equal with a slash to it. That's what when I think of Bob's half mile lake auto level shot, I think of not equal to. Used auto level. I mean, I can't even count how many times just for so many years, and I don't even know how he even managed that. How did he even get his crosshairs crooked, like laterally?
It's
How do you even do
because Jesse Kozlowski left them high and dry without anybody to pretend to be the surveyor. So then everybody had to pretend to be the surveyor, and they just got an auto level. I mean, they're cheap. It doesn't cost much. They're sort of tools that people can have that can do their own sort of stuff. But what do you do with it? That's the thing.
Well, see, since Bob knows it's a globe, since he knows it's a globe, I could see Bob like looking through the crosshairs, and you know how you set up the auto level, like you twist the knobs and shit. Like so, he just started twisting the knob to the left and twisting it. One more twist, over twisted. He twisted it back a little bit and got it where it was angled just perfect, where it worked in the middle.
In his video about it, he shook it to let everybody hear it. Now I did that. I must admit I did it once, but I knew I had a knackered auto level. DP took it, the one that I did have that I shook.
The pendulum thing in there.
Yeah, but Bob actually got that one and give it a good shaking. He rattled it.
I don't know, man. I think he needs some he needs a kickstand for his tripod, man, or something. Maybe some training wheels.
Well, if somebody wants to go over how to actually use the tools or whatever, if that'd help, but I'm not too sure it will. We've done it in here. And shown people what we're doing when we were out there. I don't know whether Bob did that. He might have done. There might have been people that saw all of that sort of stuff that can verify that they definitely know what they're doing. But I mean, he was using sticky tape on sticks. So I'd say that Bob doesn't know much. I think I made a video where I called him a liar because he said he'd measured the drop of the water level in that lake. And I called him a liar. He was a liar. He didn't measure.
Dude, I almost feel sorry for him. Like, I think a little bus, like some smart people are like really not smart in practical ways, you know, the type I'm talking about. Like, so I kind of feel sorry for them, except for when their attitudes come out. Like, he's got an attitude, but what a fucking dunce. Like, literally, you just presented crooked crosshairs to try and prove some bullshit. Like, did you maybe think that somebody might, or anybody might understand that the crosshairs shouldn't be crooked, that it's set up wrong? Like, he just rushed out, bought it, and just went right out to that lake, and before he even understood about zeroing it out, and I don't know. That's just my guess, but for him to make that bold claim was laughable, man. Like, in his head, he's probably thinking, since he knows it's a globe, he could just twist that knob, until he gets the measurement he wants. Not only did he
What?
not even get the right measurement, his crosshairs were crooked.
He didn't have a measuring rod. He couldn't make a measurement.
He had a target.
It's ridiculous for anybody to imagine that it was anything, right? But nobody's done anything. Bob did what he imagined a surveyor does. But it's not a real surveyor. It's what a delusionist, right? Somebody who's delusional imagines a surveyor does.
If he was laying out a job, he'd have went bankrupt on his first job. If he was laying out a job like for a foundation or something like that, or anything, man, he'd have literally went bankrupt. It's embarrassing.
But he'd be good to have on the team to do this with Blue Marble Science. They might learn a bit and, be able to do it a bit more often, because it's only 500 meters. They should be able to do this all over the place. You'd be able to get all of the globers together. Give them a chance to get together.
That's a long way, man. I ain't thinking that one too. Like I said, even if his instrument is capable of accuracy like that, you're not going to be able to distinguish that type of accuracy over 500 meters. It's ridiculous.
He said it can. He can. Like, he's checked it. It's in the book. He says that it's done. It can do the 1 degree, 1 arc second, which is what we went out to prove that you can't do. But Blue Marble looked at Blackpool Tower and forgot about that. So he's now said that you can actually do it. It's great.
That's going to be my next video, is the old clip of George saying you're an idiot if you're trying to use an auto level over 20 miles. I think that's going to be my next video. I'm give
you
George.
Can get the one. You can get the one from the main surveyor as well, where he says he's got his two up together. He's got the Theodolite and the auto level next to each other. And he says it's unfair for the auto level because the auto level isn't meant for this sort of thing.
What, leveling?
Looking out over distance over the water. Because, nobody actually looks out over distance over water. But
not for measurements. Certainly not for measurements.
Well, Jesse Kozlowski and the main surveyor did. But they've gone away now. They can't really talk about it. So, when I say that they're surveyors with non-surveying methods, I say that for a reason, because what they did isn't actually surveying. And I think that gets them out of, pretending to be surveyors, because it's pretty obvious that they're not surveyors. And it's pretty obvious that no surveyor can now come into this arena because they'd say that's not surveying. That's not what you do.
No. When you're talking about elevations, vertical datums, you take an auto level and, you don't use theodolites for fucking elevation profiles or vertical datums. I guess you could in hard to reach areas, that don't mean too much, but you take the auto level, it gives you a straight line of reference. The ground don't fucking matter. The ground comes in afterwards. And you mark your shots. You extend a horizontal line, and you can use rise over run, and however much higher it is than your crosshairs, that's how much lower it is than the last thing you leveled out with. So basically, a shot ain't really no good on its own. It's just telling you what it is in reference to something else. It's just crosshairs. It's just a level scope, nothing more, nothing less. So if it's above the crosshair, that's simple. And you extend it. Do the math. You could if you wanted to. Pretty wouldn't be very smart. It'd be a big waste of time, and it'd probably be not very accurate. But you just do the math, you know, from spot to spot. I don't know what they do afterwards. They want to put it into a model or something, or make claims, or add R. Guess you could.
Did you
do
hear
whatever you want.
Spot On's music? I didn't actually put it out.
I did not. I'd like to.
It's about surveying. About like the history of surveying. What they did in America. You live in America, don't you?
Yes.
I can't even remember where it was. But he was explaining it within the music. Let me see if I can find it. I can put it on for the YouTube, but you want to hear it as well, don't you? Oh well, let me get it.
Are you talking about the 39th parallel horizontal datum? Or the...
Can you see that?
Yeah.
To mess about with my screen. Right. Spot On's tune, 2.5 minutes.
Surveyor's life has often been fraught with hardship and danger.
The federal land, or what we know of as the Western Territory, began when Congress first established the rectangular survey system. Congress, when they started to acquire the land in the Western Territories in the 1800s, had to develop a way of settling that land. When they went out and on top of a high knoll, they established an initial point. From that initial point, they drew a direct east-west line and a direct north-south line.
The north-south line was the principal meridian. From that initial point, each 6 mile square was assigned a township number, north or south from the baseline, and a range number, east or west of the principal meridian. Each of these 6 mile squares was further subdivided
Not bad. Not bad.
Mm-hmm. It's
1
called
square mile each.
yeah, 1 square mile each. It's called Baseline 1785. Spot on. Level. Music. Beats.
Good stuff. I thought we were going to hear Spot On sing, but okay, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that's definitely not what I was expecting, man. I mean, I like the informational aspect of it, but that is not what I was expecting. But it had a good beat and it was easy to dance to.
No, it was good. The info was really good. The baseline and the meridian, that was good stuff.
And see,
It's
we're
just
not against surveyors, right? Surveyors have done nothing wrong. They just do their job. I'm not saying that surveyors don't do what they do. They do their job.
I'll give him an A. I mean, that was a good informational song. It's not his fault that he, this is where Buster premieres all his songs. It's not his fault. So I'm not hold that against him and tell him that's good shit.
And I really like that one. That was one of the ones that it sticks in your head. That one. Because that's that came first. So these square they started off with a east-west line. So east-west was the starting line, and then you made perpendiculars to that line and made a square grid system.
36 of them, huh?
And fanned out from there.
Yeah, six.
Yeah.
6 mile. They started off with 6 mile ones and then broke those 6 mile ones into individual 1 square mile plots. And then that was your land. That's what you got. That was your farm.
So that was
Barring
one
spherical
farm?
excess.
Yeah, they said that the 6 by 6 was classed as a township. And then each individual plots were meant to be individual farms.
Oh, each plot. Okay,
So
right.
everybody got
okay.
taxed. Everybody got taxed 1 row of corn for spherical excess, man. Everybody had to sacrifice 1 row.
They're all perpendicular.
Spherical excess tax. Yeah, I'm just joking.
They must have had to come along afterwards and make adjustments to the squares. But that's it. Modern times, eh? It's different. Not like it was back then. So you've done that. You've laid out your grids of all of that, and then you can go to each one of those coordinates of those little bits, and you can measure an angle, can't you?
Yeah.
To a light in the sky.
No taxation without reciprocation.
Just to make Betty's point. That you can go to each one of those points and measure an angle to a light in the sky.
When I asked all the ballers like Ruhif and Zanuck, I mean Jesse, like quite a few of them, Bacon, they all agreed that you can't have a square on the surface of Earth. Every one of them. That's one of the questions that they all, even flat Earth math. I think I asked them the questions in here, if you recall, and every one of them all, didn't take them long, answered that you can't have a square on the surface of the Earth. So that's kind of a slap in the face to all their answers,
What, Spot On's tune?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
survey.
it's got some good beats, eh? Yeah, it's just
that gets the
about the history. 1785 baseline. It's no different than anywhere, right? Whenever you're going to do surveying, what you do is you lay out a baseline first. And then you work from there. Triangulate, plot, you do whatever. But you lay out that grid system, and then afterwards you can do look into the lights in the sky.
Yeah, it probably get confusing. Look at the lights in the sky. Like I could see if I was crossing oceans and all that, using lights in the sky. They're probably dependable. You know, it's pretty repeatable. You know, just do the same things day in day out, so you could get places and know where you're going and all that. And but as far as the land, you wouldn't need that because yeah, you just have measurements and grids. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you've already got your grid system laid out. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from going to each of those positions within those grids and looking at the lights in the sky and measuring an angle. You can do that. That's perfectly... I mean, you can measure an angle anywhere you want. Saragaki's perpendicular proof. Shout out Flat Earth Charles if he's listening. I think it's one for Beddy, that as well. Beddy did his perpendicular. What time is it? 11:20. Does nobody else want to come in? Have a chat? Anything?
Hopefully somebody does. Bev, I got to skedaddle, man. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. See you. Take it easy, and everybody be good. If I don't see you here later, I'll see you later. Yeah.
See ya. Brian Lakey, Flat Earth Tests. Soon to do a test with Blue Marble Science, arranged here. Reciprocal Theodolite angle measurements. 500-meter test. I'd like to thank Blue for that. Who said that they don't do anything? I think it was Jaren the other day, wasn't it? Did he say that?
Yes, that they did not do anything till now.
Birdimon.
Which is true, of course. Example, Rumpus.
Well, he did put that bendy stick up, right? His rumpus pole.
Okay, so
you can't say he didn't do anything. I mean, he did. He did put that.
It was some action. Yes.
Yeah,
action.
Something. Not much, but something. I think he got a bit scared at the, once the newspapers were all in on it. I mean, if the newspapers were in on Rumpus doing the Bedford thing, I mean, it wouldn't Blue Marble and Brian Leakey, wouldn't that one be a bit more?
Redundant, but still, I would say that if television was involved in the Rumpus test, I think some people, serious people, could be interested. And
pretty easy test, right? 500
Yeah.
meters, 2 theodolites, just measure an angle. It's a reciprocal zenith, I think. It's a short one.
Reciprocal elevation angle, let's say.
Well, it's no. You've just got to get your plumb, and then measure your angle. It's like you're measuring non-perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical. Or the reciprocal simultaneous below. Sloping horizontals. I think.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, you're either measuring sloping horizontals, the non-perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical. I think that's about
Or
it.
divergent verticals, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Which means then that you can measure the equipotential angle of adjustment both horizontally and vertically. So you would be measuring the non-perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical, effectively.
yes, but it is impossible. I would say that this tilting verticals is even more impossible because you are looking at that vertical, so you cannot estimate if it is divergent or not because it is leaning away from you, so it is impossible. You need to have this orthographic view of two verticals, which is again impossible to have because in perspective you cannot see that this is tilting. How could you measure that? You cannot measure that directly. So the only way would be this sloping horizontals, but it is just ignoring a perspective because what Jesse Kozłowski did, what he said, it's just perspective drop, but he said that this is drop from horizontal, drop of the level. It's not drop of the level. I would say that this is only way they can elaborate their false narration because divergent verticals are impossible to see that they diverge in any way. So you cannot measure that, I would say.
I think you normally minus it from 90 as well, whereas this one, you have to add 90, don't you? But I'll leave that to Blue. 16 arc seconds. You know, there was other people that said this sort of stuff. They're not around anymore. I hope Blue doesn't. have to do with Jesse Kozlowski. I'd really like to see him do this with Brian. I knew Blue had something more in him, and you know, about this surveying stuff. He must have known Jesse Kozlowski a bit more, because I mean, they did say that he was part of the Lake Pontchartrain thing, didn't he? Blue Marble Science and Jesse Kozlowski.
That was hot topic many years ago. So yes, but I don't understand, because this it is about this photo. So this one photo is self refuting photo, because it's obvious fake. So if someone cannot see that this is fake, I would say that or he is blind, or he is deliberately not seeing things that he should see. Because not only this horizontal line, which in perspective is curving, but in orthographic view, in horizon view, is not curving. And curve is too small according to this radius, claimed radius. It's too small. Just the ball created from that curve would be too small to fulfill this radius claimed by the bowlers. And third thing, which is not noticed, I think now, that I think that these lamps or poles on this bridge are not divergent, as I remember, and they should diverge. These supposedly verticals, lamp posts or whatever it is, they should diverge, and they are not, as I remember. But I have to check it again. This photo. I think that they are not divergent.
Probably one of the first contradictions I ever saw. In fact, probably pivotal moment. Jesse Kozlowski says the surface of Earth drops away 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. That's from the horizontal. But then he modelled a hump.
Yeah.
So how can it drop down away when there's a hump? I mean, that is a contradiction. It's the sort of moments that you think, surveyors can't do that. Can this guy really be a surveyor?
Maybe some kind of black sheep among some surveyors. I don't know.
Well, like, none of his methods were surveying methods. Nobody else has ever knows about it. Nobody's ever bothered measuring a part of an angle on the vertical for elevation. You just don't do it. These guys pretend that they're doing it from mountaintop to mountaintop. In fact, even some of them may use it as an excuse to say that triangles have more than 180 degrees, which is just about as ridiculous as you can get. But, I mean, I'd say that, but they can obviously get much more ridiculous than that. And they will.
And they do. Geran last night is a perfect example from both sides. So it is just, it's going worse and worse every year, I would say.
Not just these guys, though. I mean, society. I mean, I don't mind us being small group, right? In fact, it's better that way because we get better conversations. But sooner or later, these guys are going to shut us down because they get upset about us saying whatever we're saying. So if you want to know where we are, we're in Discord. Talking about what we talk about. It should come in. Come in and have a chat. Because it's pretty obvious. There's topics for us to talk about. We've got proofs. We can go over all of this stuff. But not here. Not on the YouTube. This isn't for the YouTube because people get offended. I need to sort out that warning for the beginning of the shows. Contradictions can really mess your mind up. And when you don't know that you're holding them already, it can do strange things to the mind. I've got a few people at the minute we need to keep an eye on. If anybody has seen Flat Earth Charles, make sure he's okay. Blue Marble Science might need keeping an eye on. He's going to do a Theodolite test with Brian Lakey. He offered him. So there's a budding friendship there. Oh. Has anybody got anything else? Are you going?
I'm going, yes. To bed.
Okay.
Good night. Thank
See
you
you
very
later.
much.
So anybody got anything else? Anybody want to come in? If not, I'm going to say a good weekend to you. We will be back on Monday. Hoping so anyway. I'm hoping my kitchen's going to get fucking done first. Let's sort out a Buster song. Anybody got any requests? Anyone? What have we got? Two conflicting truths. How about that? A bit of proper Buster. Okie dokie. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I haven't got that one, gods. I don't know whether Busters do it either. Right. See you Monday. Pop into Discord. Come and introduce yourself. Come and have a chat. See you Monday.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. was good.